Hello, good evening. We're here for our Tuesday night 6 p.m. workshop, and I believe we're heading to executive session, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the first item is an executive session. Executive session to discuss real estate negotiations of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city. Requested action to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes Annotated Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss real estate negotiations of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Pease, seconded by Councilor McCarthy. All in favor?
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
And we'll be back hopefully by 7. Hello, welcome to Lewiston City Council meeting, and we're going to start things off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Chris Bicknell will lead us. There we go. By now, I'm sure that most of you have heard the tragic news about Fauzia Musi. She was injured by gunfire at the airport while she was traveling home to Ethiopia to visit her mom. In the attack, her sister was killed and her son was injured. I know that there's a GoFundMe page where the community is raising funds to bring her home. Our hearts go out to Fauzia, and we wish Fauzia and her family a speedy recovery and a safe trip back home as soon as possible. We will now start off with Lewiston Leads, and I believe the councilor from Ward 3, yes. Madam Clerk, we have, yeah. Oh.
Right. This month, I'd like to honor another leader in our community, Signe Lynch. I first encountered Signe during a lunchtime talk put on by the Harvard Center for Community Partnerships at Bates College, where she gave a presentation about her summer project, helping to set up a composting program at Lewiston Elementary Schools. Since then, she has served in various capacities with several other local organizations, including the Center for Wisdom's Women and the St. Mary's Nutrition Center. Signe currently works as the Education and Employment Support Program Coordinator at New Beginnings, an organization that serves youth and families in crisis. In this role, she connects local young people experiencing homelessness with educational resources and provides support to help them succeed. This includes things such as assisting with school or college enrollment, filling out financial aid applications, or completing a high school diploma or equivalent credential. She also provides support for employment resources, including help with job applications, resumes, career exploration, and skills development. I'm honored to present Signe with this Lewiston Leads Challenge coin in recognition of all the work she has done and continues to do for the people of Lewiston.
Now we have the councilor from Ward 7.
Let me call up the owners of a wonderful, wonderful Lewiston business celebrating 45 years in business, and that is Marquee Signs. Dan and Sandy Marquee, please join me. As I said, Marquee Signs has been in business for 45 years this year, first on Lisbon Street, then on East Avenue, and now on Essex Street, their largest property. Let me tell you a little bit about these two business owners. Dan, a professional photographer, and in addition to his nature photography, he's well known for capturing beautiful, beautiful cityscapes of our community, particularly at dusk and dawn, in order to show its citizens the beauty that our towns possess. His work has been displayed at the Maine Photography Show, and he has had a number of photos published in Nature Photographer magazine. His landscapes and cityscapes also hang in many local businesses, such as the Hampton Inn. Dan serves on the Stanton Bird Club, owners of the Thorncraig Bird Sanctuary. He's been on a board of directors there for 25 years, and now he volunteers his services to manage their website and their Facebook pages. Sandy. Sandy's the co-founder of Emerge Film Festival, Sparkle Saturday Downtown Shopping Event, and the Downtown Lewiston Association. She has served on the Lewiston Development Corporation Board in Lewiston, Comprehensive Planning Committee, Lewiston Planning Board, Chamber of Commerce Board, the Chamber's Regional Image Committee. She was the past chair of LA Arts, co-curator for Prose Gallery, and this honestly is not even all of it. In 2016, the LA Chamber awarded Sandy the inaugural Teresa Sampson Award for women's business leadership. And Sandy has co-produced the short documentary film Raising Ali, which celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Ali versus Lewiston fight and how it affected Lewiston. That film attracted the attention of the New York Times, which featured an article about it. She currently serves on the Lewiston Historic Preservation Review Board. And lastly, I want to say to you, Sandy and Dan, thank you for Marquee Signs, your full-service sign business company serving the community since 1977. And thank you for your unending service to our community. You have helped to make Lewiston a better place in so many ways. And tonight, I want to acknowledge you both with the Challenge Coin for Lewiston Leads.
Thank you to both of our Lewiston Leads recipients that were recognized this evening. Another round of applause for our Lewiston leaders. Madam Clerk.
Let's see, all roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 6.
And we have some minutes to accept?
Yes, acceptance of the minutes of the October 4th and October 18th, 2022 meetings.
Councilor Pease.
Second.
Second by Councilor Jelinas. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
And now it is time for public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office.
Can everybody see me okay? Good evening. My name is Miri. You may know me as Kat Harvey Schumann, and I'm a resident of Ward 7. I'm here today because I'm very concerned about the recent remarks made by the council regarding the denouncing of neo-Nazis who came here to Lewiston. I'm a person of mixed heritage, but my mother was born in Germany and belongs to an ethnic minority group that was once targeted by Hitler. I also have ancestors who fought Nazis, and my family walked the grounds at Dachau and Auschwitz in memoriam. Councilor Clement has added to the mayor's statement, which condemned the neo-Nazi group, that we must condemn, quote, threats, intimidation, and violence, no matter by whom committed. And Councilor LaChapelle said, quote, we have people coming here who are committing some heinous crimes. Councilor Clement expanded by saying that there have been 6 shootings, robberies, and stabbings, and that the violence needs to be addressed. Those statements equate neo-Nazi violence with interpersonal violence committed by community members. It's worth mentioning that these 2 councilors stood in the way of the diversity, equity, and inclusion policy, and the 2 drafted a resolution condemning affinity groups like BLM in Lewiston schools. The adaptations made by the council to the mayor's resolution are flirting with the Great Replacement theory, which is a white supremacist ideology that seeks to scapegoat minorities. Neo-Nazis weren't in Lewiston because of Somalis committing violence, They were in Lewiston because they want to encourage and commit violence against Somalis. The comments made by the councilman seem to suggest that the neo-Nazi group's presence in our community was justified. Additionally, recent remarks by Councillor LaChapelle denounced the science of gender identity. Hitler shared this same ideology, and in Berlin 1933, the first book burning took place, which many do not know, were academic works of gender and sexual identity. It came as no surprise when Hitler then murdered thousands of LGBTQIA people. Councillor Harriman rightfully asked why the neo-Nazi group thought they'd be welcome here in Lewiston, but the call is coming from inside the house. The people coming here who are committing, quote, heinous crimes were the neo-Nazis who came to Kennedy Park to scapegoat the minority Somali community, inciting violence against them. They made them feel unsafe and unwanted by targeting them. The people, quote, threatening and intimidating
I'm
with
going to
violence.
need you to wrap up here in the next few seconds.
Yes, sir. Were the neo-Nazis terrorizing in our park. In fact, the ex-Marine member of the neo-Nazi group has now established a compound here in Maine to begin building what he hopes to be a white ethno-state. I'm simply here to remind everyone that we said never again, and Lewiston stands united against white supremacy and neo-Nazis, whether our representatives have the moral fortitude to do so or not.
Please, if the council chamber could please refrain from applause, that would be great. Further public comment?
Good evening. I'm Joanne Champagne, and I live at 43 Charles Street with my husband Roger. We moved to Lewiston on Charles Street 46 years ago with our 3 daughters. It was a perfect neighborhood for raising children within walking distance of both the...
Matt, excuse me. I think this public comment is for non-agenda items. I think your agenda will be happening later in the meeting.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
No problem.
All right.
Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Madam Clerk, we will proceed to agenda item number 1.
Or item number 1, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for C40, 40 East Avenue.
May I have a motion?
Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment to C40, 40 East Avenue.
My apologies, Madam Clerk.
So moved.
Councillor McCarthy, seconded by Councillor LaChapelle. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Agenda item number 2.
Item number 2, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the Lewiston Urban Civic Center Enterprises LLC, 190 Birch Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment to the Lewiston Urban Civic Center Enterprises LLC, 190 Birch Street.
May I have a motion, please? Councillor Pease, second by Councillor Harriman. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 3.
Item number 3, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for LA Public Theater Incorporated, 31 Maple Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment to LA Public Theater Incorporated, 31 Maple Street.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Councillor McCarthy, followed by Councillor Harriman. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Councillor Pease.
Is this a renewal? Will they have live entertainment there?
Yes, I believe it is a renewal,
It's a
Council.
renewal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing and final passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 2 definitions. Requested action, the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 2 definitions receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor LaChapelle, second by Councilor Pease. Before we begin discussion, why don't you kick us off, Director Hediger?
Sure. This, as the council knows, is the second reading on all these items here. The first one you have before you is a change to the definitions in the zoning and land use code. I believe the council was overall supportive of this, but there was a question with respect to blank walls and if that was gonna be a conflict with murals. So on the first page of the definitions there, you'll see that we added some language in there. The bold underlined language is the language that we think will provide that clarification that blank wall does not include a wall that is finished with a mural as per our design guidelines. Otherwise, the rest of this section is changes mostly with respect to references to setbacks and yards. You'll recall that we're removing the term yard and referring to everything as a setback.
Thank you, Director. Comments? Councilor Scott?
Thank you. I just want to thank you for adding that language. It was really important to me. Thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing and final passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, Official Map. Requested action, that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, Official Map as shown on proposed zoning Area A map receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Pease,
Second.
second by Councilor Clement. Director Hediger?
So, last time you folks had this before you, it was one agenda item that had, the discussion was an entire section of Sabbath Street. Given the amount of discussion we had, we broke it up into 2 items, one that was a little less controversial than the other. This was the one that was less controversial. I can pull it up on the screen if the council is interested, but this had to do with the area of Sabbath Street from 5 Corners up to Pine Street, back down towards, basically the Dairy Joy, changing that area from office residential to downtown residential, as well as some changes on the block of campus, Sabatis and East Avenue, where the Humble Farmer is, Aroma Joe's squaring off that area to be all community business. Again, I can pull up the map if you folks have specific questions or want to see something in detail.
Thank you, Director. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 6.
Item number 6, public hearing and final passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, Official Map. Requested action, that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, Official Map as shown on proposed zoning, Area B, Option 1 map, which includes 128 Farwell Street, receive final passage after second reading without the conditions added by the council after the first reading of the proposed amendment on October 18th, 2022 by a roll call vote. Please note this vote will need a supermajority to pass.
May I have a motion? Madam Clerk, it does not appear that we have a motion to move this forward. Can we move to the next item?
Mr. Mayor?
Or, Madam Clerk?
Sure. The next item being Optional alternative motions: A, that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, official map as shown on proposed zoning Area B, Option 2 map, which does not include 128 Farwell Street, receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a
So
motion?
moved.
Counselor Clement,
Second.
second by Counselor LaChapelle. I'll have Director Hediger, can you kick us off?
So, based upon the motion that the council just made, and for the benefit, I think, of everybody, the map on the left on the screen up there, or where the cursor is, that parcel was proposed to be rezoned to community business. Based upon the comments received, and the motion that was just made, if you look at the map on the right, that parcel there, approximately 10 acres, would remain neighborhood conservation A. That is consistent with what the planning board's recommendation was.
Thank you, Director Hediger. Counselor LaChapelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And for the audience and for the people that are listening at home, this is not just a ploy, and it becomes confusing at times why we didn't approve that first part of it. We were lucky enough to sit down with the developer, Dave Gendron, at a staff meeting recently, and talking about this parcel. And it came to the conclusion that it would probably be better if this was taken off and go back to the planning board for a contract zone. Mr. Gendron is interested in putting some housing there, knowing that the zoning says that you can put a strip mall, you can put all these different things on that piece of property. If we go back to the planning board and we put it as a contract zone, you can stipulate what can go in there, and it will eliminate a lot of those other options that could go onto that property. So the whole point of this, hearing the concerns of the neighbors, hearing the developer had no intentions of putting a strip mall, a gas station, a movie theater, a convenience store, or anything like that in that neighborhood. So the whole point of this is to go back to the planning board. This will probably happen sometimes in December, to review it and get a conditional permit. So that we're going to start that whole process all over again on that to address a lot of the concerns of the neighbors. And that's pretty much for the other counselors. That was an agreement with Mr. Gendron. He was all in favor of it. He wants to work well with the neighbors. It's planning on being housing. That's the plan for it. So there's not going to be any gas station or anything to that effect. So by pulling this off, that eliminates any concerns. Right now, it stays the way it is currently, and then we'll have an opportunity to talk. Everybody have an opportunity to share thoughts and concerns as it goes through the planning process. So that's bringing it up to date, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Further discussion from the council? Counselor Scott?
Thank you. So first off, I want to thank everybody for coming out this evening, and I want to thank you for the emails that were sent out to us. I think that they were really important for us to be able to see. I also want to address the situation that I read about on the traffic. So I live on Pettingill Street. I rarely travel Farwell Street. I went to school in Farwell, but I rarely travel that corridor. So over the last week and a half, I have taken every day, traveled there in the morning and in the afternoon, in the evening at 5 o'clock to see what the traffic looked like, because I wanted to be able to see it for myself. And I just want you to know that I saw exactly what you were talking about and the issues with the traffic, and I really appreciate the fact that you pointed that out. And I hope that when the planning board looks at this piece of property moving forward, and I think that we have to recognize that this is a piece of property that somebody owns and has the right to develop if he wants to. But when the planning board looks at this, that they really take a serious look at the traffic and everything else that is happening on Farwell Street and with that connector road from Russell Street that goes across. I personally never use that as a connector road. I take Russell Street to East Avenue to Outer Lisbon Street. That's where my neighborhood. But I had no idea how much traffic is actually on that street. So I just want to let you all know that I greatly appreciate the feedback that I got from folks via private message, via email, via phone calls. I thank you.
Further discussion? Public comment for this agenda item?
Good evening. My name is Roger Champagne, and I live on Charles Street in Lewiston. I have a question rather than trying to make a comment. Councilor Clement mentioned something about LD 2003. I would like to know how that could affect possibly any of the buildings that could be built on the 10-acre parcel behind Charles Street. Any ballpark. I don't clearly understand if, for example, if the land is located in a CB zone, the LD 2003, to me would be almost a shoo-in for the contractor. Now, if it's an NCA zone area, would the LD 2003 apply to that also? Or would they have to go through the planning board and then the council in order to be able to use that parcel where they would squeeze in many, many homes in a 25-acre lot?
Director Hediger, your thoughts on that?
It's just to educate me, because it's confusing as hell for me.
Feelings mutual.
I was going to say, we have a director here just to answer your question.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I think I'm done. There's a lot to be discussed still with LD 2003. One of the aspects of that bill is that you have to allow accessory dwelling units on properties throughout the municipality. And right now, the way that statute was approved, it's supposed to happen by July 1 or the end of June. The state is, I don't believe they've started the rulemaking process yet, but that needs to occur. And communities will get a lot more guidance at that point once the rulemaking is adopted. In the broadest sense, if this property could accommodate 50 single-family homes, just take that as a grain of salt, but if you could put 50 single-family homes out there, the way that statute's written, you could potentially put another 50 accessory dwelling units on those properties. And that's as much as I can say, because a lot of it's going to depend upon the rulemaking then as to how that's going to actually work. The lot sizes need to change, what are setbacks, things like that. There is some guidance there, and I think I mentioned last time, I don't want to go down that hole too far because I don't know enough about it, and I don't think I can't speak confidently about it given the changes that are going to happen there. There's also discussions about vacant lots in the municipality where we have to allow up to 4 units on a property. So at the end of the day, if everything goes as the bill was approved, there will certainly be greater densities allowed throughout the state, never mind Lewiston. And to the gentleman's concern, that will require ordinance amendments, that will require a trip to the planning board, that will require final action from you folks. That will require a notice, but when that notice occurs, that's just a general notice. We're not going to notify every single property owner in the municipality. That's just a general zoning amendment that occurs. So I would suggest as things progress here, if people who have questions about that, they certainly can call the 3rd floor and talk to planning and code enforcement, probably ask for myself or Shelley Norton, and we can just give you an update as to where things are.
That's our answer so far, sir.
That's fine, good.
Yes.
Now, does the state mandate, did they force the towns to use that particular new ruling that supposedly would be effective the 1st of July of 2023?
Mr. Mayor.
Is it mandated?
Director Hediger.
Yes, the way it's written right now, yes, municipalities are required to meet those requirements.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Christine Poulin. I live at 87 Charles Street. And I just have a question because I'm clueless. When you say housing, what kind of housing are you talking about? Are you talking apartments? Are you talking single-family homes? Are you talking state-funded facilities?
Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that's what Mr. Gendron wants to bring up. This is going to be a 55 and plus development. It's going to be 2 buildings, a few stories tall, and
What's a few?
I don't have the exact, like what we just experienced in downtown. This happened at the last council meeting. They had 7 buildings on the downtown development, that $30 million grant that the city got. Because of the cost of development, they eliminated one of the buildings and they added another story on the other buildings. So, don't know. I'm not the developer. I was just privy in that meeting. It's not to put a bunch of single-family homes. He has an idea and he wants to share it. It's 2 buildings, my understanding, and this is where it's going to come out in the contract zoning, which will prevent Mr. Champagne's concern on having 100 units, 100 single-family units. If you go to the contract zoning and we approve, in general, just a couple buildings, whatever, 1 story, 1,000,000 stories. I'm just using that. You approve that, now it's a contract zone. It prevents 100 houses from being built on it. So Mr. Gendron is concerned on the neighborhood also and wants a nice facility, wants a good-looking building at the same time. So it will alleviate 100 homes if we go to the contract zoning.
And at this point, I guess I want to make clear that we're talking about an agenda item at a future meeting before a future planning board meeting. You know, I want to keep conversation talking about this current agenda item at this point, and not what may or may not happen in the future.
Right, and that's where I'm at, is this one. So my question then, David Gendron owns the property. He can build right now whatever he wants as far as it's residential. Is that correct?
Director Hediger.
So, and maybe this will address a number of comments tonight. If this motion goes through as the council's made, the property will remain neighborhood conservation A. That's what it is today. Everything on the map on the right, that's orange. If you live in Charles Street or Farwell Street or going over towards Bushy Circle, all that's NCA.
Oh, do you mind moving your microphone a little closer?
Neighborhood conservation. Is this thing even working? A developer, Gendron or somebody else could come in and, as a matter of right, he could put single-family homes on that property today. When I say a matter of right, he needs to go to the planning board. It's not as though that he can just come in and get a building permit.
Do you mind trying the other microphone?
It's the first time I've been told. Hello.
Oh, there we go.
All right.
We made it.
Well, the first one out.
You guys want me to start like 30 minutes ago, you know? So
Just continue, Director.
So in any event, if you're going to do a subdivision there with a bunch of single-family homes, it needs to go to the planning board. It will not be heard by the city council. That's the planning board's jurisdiction. If they want to build 1 or 2 houses out there, they could do that as a matter of right. Come and get a building permit tomorrow. If they want to do multifamily, townhouse, to Councilor LaChapelle's point, they want to do elderly housing. That's all going to have to be subject to some type of rezoning. And our understanding is that Gendron is interested in pursuing a contract zone. So what the conditions of that will be remain to be determined. He's made it clear to staff that he wants to do residential only. What that's going to consist of, I don't know. It could be, 2 multifamily buildings out there. It could be 10 multifamily buildings. What the public should be aware of is that if and when a contract zoning is proposed, it will go to the planning board first. There will be a notice, just everybody that abuts this property and within 300 feet will get a notice of that, so they can show up at that hearing. And then that hearing will then come before you folks again for adoption as a contract zone. And if that happens, then the developer still needs to go back to the planning board and get development review approval for whatever it is that contract zone allows. So if that contract is zone allowed for 2 multifamily buildings, a total of, 90 units, great. He's still going to need to go back to the planning board after the council approves that rezoning. So there's a number of steps that need to occur still before anything can happen out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Heidegger.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Clement?
for purposes of clarification, I believe Councilor LaChapelle mentioned that this would be an age-friendly or an over 55 development that the developer wants to put in. So this would have a lot to do with density and population as well. It would limit any person in the area to somebody being 55 years of age or older. Children would not be allowed. Any inhabitants would have to be of that. I would assume that would be a condition that the planning board would put. So that may alleviate some fears. Thank you.
I think we're getting some feedback, Director. Do you mind moving that other mic? No, that one, or?
I think it's a
Okay.
vacuum. It's a vacuum.
Oh, it's a
cleaner.
oh, okay.
I thought too.
There we go. Thank you. Sir, public comment.
Yeah, Chris LaChapelle, 120 Farwell Street. Really glad to see that you guys have reverted your prior passing of the adding of that property against the planning board's recommendations. I'm not quite sure why it took that to get to where we are now. It's a little confusing, but I really appreciate everybody coming out today. And when you get that new notice from the next planning board that they're trying to develop this property, that you show up again, because I'm sure there's going to be more to the story. And again, to kind of impose, I'm not sure why the rush to dismiss the planning board recommendation from the last time, and how come you have all changed kind of your tune, so to speak. But it seemed really weird that you voted like 6 out of 7 to turn it down, and now the story is different this time around. And I appreciate it, but I question the motive, aside from a conversation with the developer. I would be leery to see what the future brings for that property. So that's all my comment.
Further public comment?
Hi, my name is Sharon Bell. I live at 50 Charles Street. And my only comment, I appreciate what you're doing and delving into this more. I greatly appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone turning out tonight on this topic. One of the things that was mentioned to us is that a traffic survey would be done after the votes. I question why it can't be done before. We have parents here in the audience who walk their kids back and forth to Farwell School, and said that, there's multiple times where they've almost been hit. The crossing guard's almost been hit. I would appreciate all of us would appreciate if a study could be done on the traffic before all of this gets passed. So, 'cause something needs to be happening. Maybe it's not part of this agenda, but yeah, having that mentioned, yes, it makes it part of this agenda.
Do you want to say something on that, Director?
If the pleasure's the council, traffic, whenever a project goes through development review, one of the things that the board has to take into consideration is traffic. And by ordinance and by DOT rules, a full traffic study isn't necessary until you generate 100 trips in a peak hour. So a trip going into a house is a car going into a house is one trip, the car leaving is a second trip. So you'd have to have 50 cars going in and out in a peak hour in order to require a full traffic study. A traffic analysis could be done where they need to determine, maybe where the best point of access is if there's a new street going into this property. But again, if they were going to do, say, 20 houses, that would not likely require any type of traffic study. It's not going to generate enough traffic. It may be a concern to the neighbors, but at the end of the day, a full traffic study wouldn't be necessary. So I guess the answer to the question is, we don't know what the study will be until we know what the use of that property is going to be and how much traffic it's going to generate. If they come in with 200 units, that's a much different traffic study and demand than 50 single-family homes. So it's really going to depend on how the developer looks at this property. You wouldn't necessarily not rezone a property knowing what the traffic is going to be, but it's not a bad question, because there are certainly roads in town where maybe any type of increase in traffic we know is going to be a problem because there's already existing capacity issues. Does Farwell have that? I'm sure the number of neighbors think that there is out there. We're not going to really know until a project comes through, though, and if somebody does that analysis to make a determination, is there a lot of traffic out there? Maybe there is, but there may also be a lot more capacity allowed on that street out there too. We don't know until somebody does that. And it's not going to happen necessarily until a project comes forward.
Thank you, Director.
So with the project being on the table, granted it's not gone through, when you find out what it is, when you have your discussion again with the developer, if he suggests that it's going to be an additional 50, 75, 100 more people coming in there, before that gets passed, can it be considered to have a traffic analysis done? Once you know what he plans, doesn't mean it comes to a vote already. When you know, when you have that discussion, is that possible?
Thank you. Director Hediger, do you want to say anything further?
Yeah, no, I mean, to Ms. Bell's point, the easy answer is no, it doesn't have to be done. Could they consider it because they want to know potentially what the impacts are going to be? They could do that on their own, but there isn't anything that's necessarily going to require them to do that pending a rezoning of the property.
Thank you. Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you. And just for the people this is the first time you do a city council meeting, we have thrown all protocol out the window on this meeting at this point. Because what normally happens is a presentation, you have the vote, it comes up, director makes a presentation, people make comments, and it's not a back and forth. And the council, and I commend the council, I commend administration, Director Hediger, this is more of an interaction back and forth. So when we're not answering your question, it's not that we're trying to ignore you, it's just procedurally what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to sit here and listen to all the comments. Once the comments are done, they close the public section, and it comes back to the council and they start deliberating and talking about it. So we're not trying to be rude, we're not ignoring you. The mayor has been very generous in allowing interaction and just talking back and forth. So this is just more of an explanation to the neighborhood on, we're not all straight-faced, we'd all like to say something on every subject. So just so you understand a little bit, the mayor's been very generous in allowing this interaction to go back and forth.
Further public comment.
Good evening. My name's Larry Harvey. I live at 153 Farwell Street, taking care of my mother-in-law that's 92, and she's lived there for over 60 years. And we live right across the street from the field. And thank you for being so caring and going back and forth and see what we're talking about. At least one councilman has done that, councilwoman. Thank you. But you can go any day you want, and I'm sure you've heard this before. I sit there every day in my garage or right there watching the traffic. We have buses that's not supposed to be there. That's all we want to see is do a survey, see what's really happening on Farwell Street for traffic. I mean, it's backed up every day. We're eating dinner, and we have fumes from vehicles. I mean, that's a safety issue. As far as I'm concerned, we don't like smelling that. I mean, that's all we're asking. Do a survey if you can and see what the traffic is. If I have to get my mother-in-law out of there in an emergency, nobody's going to let me out in traffic at 3:30 in the afternoon or 5 o'clock in the afternoon because it's backed up. That's all I got to say about that, and please think about it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Crystal LaChapelle. I reside at 120 Farwell Street. I'm happy to see this change this evening. However, I hear a lot of words like if and could and might and maybe. Those are all terms I'm not comfortable with, nor I'm sure are a lot of these people in this crowd. I hear from Councilor LaChapelle, oh, he wants to do 2 buildings. And then I hear again, if, could, maybe. You know, all of that doesn't sit easy with me. I don't trust the board in whole. I come here to speak my opinion on that right there. If we are saying it could be 2 properties, it could be 2 buildings of elderly housing, that's great. But it could also be multifamily, low-income housing right next door to my house. Now, mind you, I know from experience, I work in the community, I have been in the community for many years in the social service-related positions, everything from daily living support specialist to a soup kitchen manager to property management. I have worked in multifamily low-income housing, and it is not something I want literally next door to my house. I've experienced an astronomical amount of public services needs at my properties. We've experienced crime more times than we have fingers and toes in this room. Not to mention, even if you have great tenants living there, the circle of people they tend to bring is less than tasteful. In some cases, we've had more problems with guests than tenants. There have been shootings, stabbings, drug activity, and that's just to name a few. This kind of thing, do you really want next to your house? Because I don't. Take a look at the number of police calls alone for all property management companies in the area currently and make that judgment call yourself. I ask that you share this information with Gendron and let him know that we don't want multifamily housing, specifically low income, on Farwell Street. It's not necessary. I do welcome the 55 and plus in our community. We do have that housing development currently just down the street. There's been 0 instances of police calls that I can hear from my house, okay? So with that being said, bring on the elderly housing. I don't want sky rises that I can see from stepping outside my door, but I'm all for the elderly housing. But please stress, we do not need, nor do we want, multifamily low-income housing on Farwell Street. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. Further public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a couple of things that I wanted to talk about. One, directed to the gentleman that was concerned about the change in heart on the vote from the last council meeting to this council meeting. If you recall, at first I tried to table the issue to get more information, and that wasn't available, or I didn't have the backing of the council to do that. So in questioning of Director Hedeker, it was determined that changes could be made at this council meeting, and that's why I think most of the councilors voted for this. It gave us a chance, it gave us 2 weeks to figure out what we wanted to do. It would have been easier, in my opinion, if we'd have tabled it the last time, but that didn't happen. But the end result is that we listened, we did our investigation, and we made the determination that we needed to change our minds from the last council meeting, and that's what we've done. So just wanted to clear that up. As far as the traffic on Farwell Street, I really feel for you. It is a busy street. I am guilty of using it once in a while to go down that way, and to be honest with you, after listening to all of you, I will try to avoid that at all cost. The driving force behind this is I think it was the state, in their infinite wisdom, was going to do a turnpike connector to connect to the Veterans Bridge. And they did part of it. They connected to Webster Street. And then in their infinite wisdom, come to find out that because of all of the wetlands and everything, that they couldn't do the route that they wanted to do, and they had to cancel it. So unfortunately, all of you neighbors are bearing the brunt of failed policy on that. And I had nothing to do with it, but I feel for you. And I'm hoping that this goes back to the planning board, that the conditions put on the property will suit everybody. I know it's nice having an open field behind you and no neighbors, but the reality is the land is owned by Mr. Gendron. He can do something there. I just hope that it works out for everybody involved. I do have one question, though, that is concerning to me with contract zoning and the LD 2003. How does the two mix?
It's a good question. My first answer would be, I don't think it's going to be a problem because contract zoning is actually in state statute as well. There's certain parameters that have to be met with respect to that. That said, I don't know that they took that into consideration necessarily. But a contract zone or a conditional rezoning, as drafted in our ordinance, is an agreement between the city and a specific property owner. So I don't know that we're going to have, I don't think there's going to be a conflict. It's a good question. We should probably get some guidance on that just to make sure. But again, it's specific to a property. So I don't want to say that's a way to get around LD 2003, but I think it's going to be exempt from that. And we can get some more guidance on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I'm wondering if I might ask the administrator if there's a possibility or how we would have a conversation about the traffic and maybe get the school involved to see what the buses and that sort of thing. Because I did do I had conversations with some of the bus drivers as well, because I am also on the school committee as a representative for the Lewiston City Council. And I know this is not a discussion for tonight, but I fear that this is actually an issue that we should probably be looking at and addressing, and if there's any way that we can look at this.
Yes, we can put it on an agenda and look into it.
Thank you.
Councillor Jelinas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had mentioned a couple weeks ago when this came up that, I happen to be I live right near Farwell, so up and down that street in the morning, busy hours coming home. So I'm very, very familiar with the traffic. And so I want to thank folks for coming out tonight and voicing your concerns. I want to thank folks as well for sending us written emails. That was really helpful as well. And I would just really concur with Councillor Scott that I think looking at some study around, what this looks like would be important.
Councillor LaChapelle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we heard you. We understand. That's why there's changes. That's why going with the contract zone will lock that property into a plus 55 housing. So if you approve it as a plus 55 housing, and you approve the planning board, and it comes through, it locks that piece of property in. So they cannot put a gas station, filling station, 150,000 homes. It locks it in. So that was ultimately, and Mr. Gendron agreed to that. He says, yes, not a problem. The issue right now, nothing's going to happen in 2023. There's no time. It's by the time everything gets approved, they're looking, the earliest that anything happens in that property is 24 or 25. It depends on the economy, how it's turning, the price of homes. Is there still a need for plus 55 housing? But this would just move it along, and it would limit the uses of that property to make it palatable for the neighbors and to make it that something can be developed there. The cost is huge. I, like everybody else, appreciate the neighbors coming forward. We've heard, we've made some changes. The developer was willing to make changes. Well, I say developer's willing to make changes. That was his plan all along. He's now said publicly what he'd want to do. So I think if we keep an open dialogue and everybody continue talking, I think we can move forward through this and make everybody happy at the same time. That would be an amazing feat in this political environment right now. So I thank you for coming, and I encourage more dialogue.
Director Hediker, we've certainly answered a lot of questions tonight, but if residents had further questions, could they contact Planning and Code?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what would be the best way to do that, Director?
They can call. They're probably better off calling and making an appointment if they actually want FaceTime, and they could either ask for myself or Shelley Norton, and we can try to answer their questions.
And then is there an email for residents to email if they so chose to?
If you want to go to this, you can email planningcode@lewistonmaine.gov, and that will end up on my computer, and someone will respond.
Thank you. Yes, no, I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Yeah, thank you for your feedback, and yeah, thank you for being here. Further questions or any last comments from the council? Councilor Clement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is just proof that we are a representative form of government. You folks did come out. We appreciate you coming out. We are not mind readers. We do not know what's on everybody's mind, contrary to what some people seem to think. We've heard what you had to say. We want to work with you. We want to do what's right by you. Nobody wants to force anything on you that you don't want. However, the gentleman that owns the property has rights as well. What we're trying to do is we're trying to come up with something that's going to satisfy everybody. Diogenes once searched for the honest man. I don't know if he ever found him, and I don't know if we're going to please everybody. But we're certainly going to try. The best way to do this, in my estimation, is to send this back to the planning board, talk with the developer. He comes up with what he wants to do. They can place the conditions on this property that will satisfy the majority of the people involved. Okay, that's the only way it can happen. Right now, we have no control, other than the fact of the type of building that he could put up. So, you know, I think this will serve you well. I know there was somebody that said that they didn't trust us or have any faith in us or whatever it was, which is kind of too bad, because I think that everyone on this board that I've worked with now for 3 years cares about the city of Lewiston and the people that live in it. We want to do what's right by you, but you've got to communicate with us. You've done that. Now we're going to try and serve you. Let us vote and see what happens from here on out. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Councilor Harriman?
Could we repeat what the motion is that we're
Thank
voting
you.
on, please?
Yes.
Sure. The motion before you is that the proposed amendment to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, official map as shown on proposed zoning Area B Option 2 map, which does not include 128 Farwell Street, receive final passage by a roll call vote. All set? Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Clement?
at this point, I would move that we refer the parcel of 128 Farwell Street back to the planning board, recommending a contract rezoning be considered at the owner's discretion.
Madam Clerk, we have a point of order. What is some concern that this may be new business, or is this?
It's on the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Are we, Madam Clerk, are we proceeding to the next motion in this agenda item?
My suggestion, Mr. Mayor, would be that it would be in order because it is all related to this,
Okay.
and it is also, I believe, that same language that's printed at the bottom of the book, option B, on the very bottom of that page, so that is listed right there.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please read that, and then I will ask for a motion?
Sure, thank you. To refer the parcel of 128 Farwell Street back to the planning board, recommending a contract rezoning be considered at the owner's discretion.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor LaChapelle, followed by Councilor Clement. Discussion? Councilor Scott?
Just a quick question. If the owner, and it's his discretion, decides that he wants contract zoning, can't he just pursue that? Do we have to order the planning board to do that right now?
Amendments can occur one of 3 ways, either initiated by the city council, the planning board, or petition. Given that you folks seem supportive of a contract zone, it would be appropriate or not inappropriate for you folks to initiate that change and as worded at the owner's discretion. Should the developer not want to pursue it, great, no harm, no foul necessarily. But if the board wants to, or the council wants to support the effort of a contract zoning, you folks are thereby initiating it tonight.
Okay.
And just to be clear, Director Hediger, this is simply a motion, should it pass, to instruct planning and code to reach out to the developer to work on a contract zone.
That's right.
Okay.
And as Councilor LaChapelle's mentioned, he's expressed interest in doing that. If and when that occurs and how quickly that occurs, I'm not sure. But this motion would initiate that process, and then it would go right to the planning board and start the process that we've been discussing this evening.
Excellent. Yes, I guess the point I wanted to make is that this would initiate a discussion about a contract zone, and this would not start the contract zone process.
It would, no, it would start the process in the sense that the developer would then start working with staff to draft a document. Just that, draft the document, and then we would be scheduling a planning board meeting when the developer is ready to have something presented, upon which all the neighbors would be notified, and there would be a hearing, and then eventually makes its way to you folks.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yes, you're saying it would be an agenda item at that time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion from the council?
Sorry.
Councilor Scott?
It would be an agenda item if we approved for it to be an agenda item by all of us voting to send this back to planning board for contract zoning, correct?
Should the owner actually want to pursue it.
Should the owner want to do it.
Correct.
You also mentioned that the owner could also initiate this if they so chose to.
They could, correct.
Which would initiate notification to all the neighbors and all the other things you said, correct?
Either action is going to result in notification to the abutters. It doesn't change the process. All it's doing is saving the property owner from potentially getting a petition and 10 signatures. You folks are just initiating that process instead of the property owner initiating it.
Further discussion? Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Not having had any discussion with the developer, I'm not sure why the developer wouldn't, the property owner, why they wouldn't start this process. I mean, they haven't reached out to us, so I'm not sure why we are sort of stepping in front of them and starting this process.
Yeah, I mean, we've made that suggestion only based upon the comments that we've been receiving here as far as if a contract zone is a better option for that and the council is interested in doing that, do you folks want to initiate the process? That's simply what it is. Certainly, again, if the developer, they may not choose to do anything. I think they are going to, but it's those three processes. The planning board could do the same thing. They could initiate it upon the planning board's discretion if they wanted to. Excuse me, upon the property owner's discretion.
Okay, it just strikes me as strange to have, the property owner has not reached out to us. We don't know what they're going to do with it, with the property. So I don't really see it as our place to start the process. If they want to have a contract rezone, then they could start the process. It just seems sort of, I don't know, it seems out of order to me.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I don't think it's out of order at all. I think it's more protection for the neighborhood. If we enter into a contract zone and we talk about it, it protects the neighborhood. If we do nothing right now and we just walk away, you just heard Director Hediger, that is zone NC8. He could put 50 homes, I'm just saying the number, I don't know exactly. He could put 50 homes in that and still be 100% legal. Have to go through the planning process, but still be legal. And then if that LC thing comes in, that's 100 homes in there. If we go through the contract zone, now we have the ability to put some protection for the neighborhood. So my big push is to assist the neighborhood and to assist the developer. The developer is talking about elderly housing, not elderly, 55, because I'm in that range now. So that's not elderly at all. It's to put some protection for the neighborhood and to keep the characteristic of the neighborhood. So we could do nothing, no question about it, and he could come in and just apply for 50 single-family homes in there and put 50 low-income 50-family homes, subsidized homes, all that with children, whatever. If you think 100 kids in the neighborhood isn't going to affect the neighborhood, that's a different story. I would, hearing some of the concerns from the neighbors, they said they would appreciate a elderly housing. They've had no issues with Meadowview in 55 and above. That was the plan, is to protect it. So, and it would save, obviously, it'd save thousands of dollars on the development cost also. So I just think it's more of a protection for the neighborhood for us making that motion.
Just for clarification again, Director Hediger, this, should the council pass this motion that's on the table, this would not require the developer to agree to move forward, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Further comment from the council? Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The way I look at this is it just moves the process along, and I think it will behoove the neighbors to peace of mind to know exactly what's going to happen there. It puts a little bit of pressure on the developer to come up with this contract zoning. He can back out, and that's his right, but I think if we're initiating it and we're prodding the planning office along and prodding him along, we can get it locked down as far as what can be built there, and it keeps the developer from changing his mind. I mean, you know, the economy changes from year to year, and what he may think is the latest greatest to put on that property may change in a couple of years. But if we lock it into over 55 housing, X number of units, everyone's happy with the plan, then he's locked into that, and everyone can know what's going to happen or what could happen, and I think it's peace of mind for everybody involved.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you. Does this lock the developer in with contract zoning? Does it really? I mean, he could still change his mind, correct? He could still say that I don't want to do that. He could still do all of this if it remains the NCA and come in and do contract zoning. And I'm curious as to, I've got to be frank. What is the thousands of dollars being saved? I feel like I don't know everything here. And I'm uncomfortable with that. And I apologize to my fellow councilors. I have a lot of respect for my councilors, but I feel like I don't know everything here, and I'm concerned about this because I want to know where the savings would be when I know, having been on the planning board, that he could still do these things without us doing this. So I just would like, if we can have an answer to that.
Director Hediger, is there anything you'd like to say at this point?
Maybe only a portion of that's geared towards me as far as, does it lock him into anything? If the property is a contract zone, if something is finally approved by you folks, then yeah, he's locked into it. Until that occurs, the property is zoned NCA and he can do whatever the NCA allows him to do at this point. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does, and I'm going to just say that at this point, I'm voting no on pushing this forward to the planning board. That's where I stand.
Councilor Herman.
Thank you. So I'm not opposed to someone building housing in that property. I'm just curious as to why it just seems odd to me that we are starting this process when we haven't had a conversation with the property owner. They haven't reached out to us to say, you know, this is what I want to do with it. And so it just seems, you know, if the property owner wants to start a contract rezoning process, they could do that at any time. I just don't see why we are jumping the gun to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Director Hediker, so a property owner, you're saying a property owner could do that with 10 signatures?
Correct.
Okay, so by the council initiating this, or the third option would be the planning board initiating it?
Correct.
That allows the developer to skip the 10 signature step?
Correct. They would make a similar motion to what's before you folks. At the end of the day, this is up to the property owner. You folks make a motion, the planning board makes a motion, but if the property owner doesn't want to pursue a contract zoning, they don't.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Thank you. And to address Councilman Harriman's concerns, I think I've mentioned it 3 times, maybe you did not hear it. I'll repeat it again, that Dave Gendron sat down with staff last Tuesday upstairs in this building. We had a lengthy conversation with Dave Gendron. So, again, put it to rest. He has spoken. This is ultimately, if you're asking about money, if Mr. Gendron tries to move this project forward, some of the rules and stipulations that could be put on could run up to $50,000 to $60,000 before it even gets approved for a contract zone. The cost of materials, the cost of everything to develop right now is ridiculous. Lewiston has a reputation, folks, and we've talked about it, of being a difficult place to develop everywhere. And not just in this area, it's downtown, it's everywhere. Nobody wants anything in their backyard, and I don't blame them. I understand. But if we have to be able to work with developers at the same time to have reasonable growth and reasonable development, we need hundreds of millions of dollars every year in the city of Lewiston just to start sustaining the bills, the tax bills that come in, the increase in electricity, fire, police, all of that stuff. We need that development. And if we continue to hammer these developers, they're frankly just going to go someplace else, which they have. We have to start becoming a little more business friendly. At the same time, the delicate balance is dealing with the public and understanding the concerns of the public. So when we have somebody says, well, he didn't come talk to us. Bullshit, he's come talk to us 3
Counselor.
times. I'm sorry, you get me wound up. And the second time, I don't understand how, well, $50,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money to start putting up before you even know you're gonna get anything. So we have to start moving. If the city wants to stay stagnant, you know what's stagnant? It's pond water, and that stinks. And if we wanna keep Lewiston stagnant, again, let's continue this beat the snot out of a developer.
Director Hediger. So, would a developer in this case save on costs having it initiated by the city versus them initiating on their own?
Not necessarily. A contract rezoning requires a legal ad to the paper. All you're doing really is showing a level of support for what potentially could occur on that property. That, and you're saving some time as far as collecting signatures. When you go through the rezoning process, a contract zone can be as simple or as difficult as the planning board or council wants to make it. You folks have acted on some contract rezonings that have been rather lengthy, that have many conditions on them. You've acted upon others that have 2 conditions on them. So a lot of this is going to be driven by what the planning board and the council see as being appropriate for this property, both based upon discussions with the developer and the neighborhood. And could that result in more cost? Maybe. We'll find out.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. Just to Councilor LaChapelle's point, the property owner may have spoken to you, but he has not spoken. He has not spoken to City Council.
Councilors,
So
thank you.
That's why I'm just.
Point of order,
I'm
Mr.
just.
Mayor.
I'm
Councilor-
hesitant at.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Hesitant at going forward with initiating this process, not having ever spoken to the property owner.
Councilors, I do not want us to be arguing around the days here, so thank you. Councilor Scott, did you have anything further to add?
No, I'm all set, thank you.
Okay. Anything further, Director Hediger?
Nope.
Okay. Councilor Clement?
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, I think we should lock him in a contract zone. That's the only way we have controlling what happens with this property. And by initiating this, I don't think there's any problem. I can't understand where Councilor Harriman's coming from on it. Obviously, he's got his own concerns. But when we move this finally to a vote, I will vote in favor of it because I want to see development in Lewiston. I think this is a great idea for that particular parcel. Limit the types of development. It would limit the density, the population density, because you aren't going to have a family with 6 kids move in there. It's not subsidized housing that he wants to do. And once the contract is set up, he is locked in. He need not come to us at all, okay? That's part of the process that apparently is misunderstood. Mr. Gendron does not need to come to the council, okay, to do what he wants to do now. I mean, he wants to, and he's met with staff, he's met with a representative of the council. I'm good with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Harriman, did you have anything further to add?
Yeah, just to be clear on this particular motion, the property owner has to agree to the contract, correct? It says at the owner's discretion.
He has to agree to seek it.
Councilors, thank you. Director Hediger, so just for the public's benefit at this point, what we are doing are we're initiating a contract zone process, and the developer has the right to respond affirmatively or not. Is that correct?
That's correct. And then he'll work with staff to draft a document. At the end of the day, it's his request. If he wants to put any kind of conditions in there that are to his favor, that maybe even staff doesn't agree with, I mean, we would let the board know, we would let the council know. At the end of the day, if he doesn't like the conditions that are placed upon it, it's a contract between them and the property owner. He goes through the entire process, the planning board recommends something that he doesn't agree with, that he doesn't have to go forward with it. At the end of the day, it's his property and he's agreeing to these conditions. So if the council went through this and said, you know what, we're in support of this, but it has to be low-income housing because that's what the community needs and wants. He doesn't have to move forward with the project. He could withdraw the whole thing out there. He doesn't need to have that contract zoning in place. In fact, there's language in the ordinance that says if a contract zone is ever found to be in violation, then it reverts back to the underlying zoning district. So we've had a number of properties over the years where that contract zoning isn't necessary anymore. The property owner, a different property has moved in, bought that property. They don't want that rezoning anymore. They're not necessarily in violation, but they want it rescinded. They rescind that. Simple motion gets recorded in the registry because all these contract zonings get recorded in the registry. It's rescinded and then it reverts back to the underlying zoning district. At the end of the day, this is something that property owners are whoever the contract is with, they're gonna want to agree to it. If you folks come up with some ideas and they don't like it, they're not gonna move forward with it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure. Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 4 to 3.
Agenda item number 7.
Yes, item number 7, public hearing and final passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 11, District Regulations. Requested action, that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 11, District Regulations receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Harriman, followed by Councilor Clement. Discussion? Or, sorry, before discussion, Director Hediger, would you like to kick us off?
Again, this was considered last week. The biggest changes through this document, when you're looking at the tiny little matrices here, is the elimination of yards and everything becoming setbacks instead. And then the other change of consequence is the allowance of multifamilies in the highway business district. There are some other changes in there that we can talk about if necessary, but those are the two of significance.
Discussion from the council? Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 8.
Item number 8, public hearing and final passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards. Requested action, the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards, receive final passage by a roll call vote.
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Clement, followed by Councilor Harriman. Director Hediger.
Again, some references to yards that are now setbacks. The biggest changes of consequence in here are how we measure parking when it's off-site. We talked about how that's going to be measured basically just the diameter from the property line now instead of ordinary course of travel, which has always been problematic as to how we measure that. And then in the Riverfront Mill, Centreville, Downtown Residential Neighborhood Conservation B District, so that's largely your downtown commercial and zoning districts, there would be no off-street parking required for commercial uses. Single and two families would be down to 1 space per dwelling unit, and then multifamilies we would reduce down to 0.75 spaces per dwelling unit.
Thank you. Discussion? Public comment on this? Did you?
Just one question.
Yeah.
Mr. Director, Harry, on the first section, walls and fences, number 3,
Yes.
does that pertain to anything that, and this is just a question, because there are a few areas in the city that I've noticed that you approach the corner of an intersection, you come to the stop sign, you can't see what's coming to your right, or if you know what I mean. They're blocked. Either could be by a hedge, a fence, or something that's been put there. Can that be changed? What do we do in that case?
So
The grandfather?
this section doesn't necessarily reference hedges, but we've had complaints about that in the past. And between our office and the police department, we usually get property owners to do the right thing and trim it back because nobody wants to create a sight distance issue where someone can't safely pull out of a driveway or a road. That said, there's nothing that keeps somebody from planting those bushes or shrubs as long as they're on their property. This language here is specific to walls and fences, and yeah, they shouldn't be creating a sight distance issue. There's the language in here where staff has the ability to waive that requirement if they determine that it's not going to create a sight distance issue. So I guess the answer would be they should have gotten a permit from planning and code enforcement. It should have represented that it isn't going to create an issue. If it does create an issue, we can go out there and determine whether or not they need to make modifications.
Okay. Well, I saw landscaping, that's why I was wondering the hedges would fall under landscaping.
You're right, it does reference landscaping. They wouldn't need a permit for that necessarily. I mean, that's a good reference in there, really. Why does it reference landscaping? Because we don't permit that. You can do that as a matter of right.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Agenda item number 9.
Item number 9, public hearing and final passage for an amendment to the Design Lewiston Site Plan Review and Design Guideline Standards. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Design Lewiston Site Plan Review and Design Guideline Standards receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion,
So moved.
please?
Second.
Councilor Pease, second by Councilor McCarthy. Director Hediger.
This one I think is simple. Again, we're just making references to the removal of yard and turning them into setbacks. And then there was some clarification with respect to the blank wall language in here.
Discussion from the council. Public comment on this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Agenda item number 10.
Item number 10, condemnation hearing for the building located at 808 Webster Street. The first item for requested action, to continue a hearing to determine if the building located at 808 Webster Street has met the dangerous building statutes as defined in Title 17, Section 2851 et al.
Can we, sorry, Madam Clerk, as we get set up here, can we stand at ease for a couple minutes?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Or, well, if somebody wants to leave the, we're at recess for a couple minutes, folks. Thank you. And welcome back. Madam Clerk, can you, I believe we went to recess before I even took a motion. Do you mind just rereading the agenda item?
Sure. Agenda item number 10, condemnation hearing for the building located at 808 Webster Street. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item is to continue a hearing to determine if the building located at 808 Webster Street has met the dangerous building statutes as defined in Title 17, Section 2851 et al.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Pease, followed by Councillor Clement. And now we will begin. We are at this meeting this evening to continue a hearing to determine whether the structure at 808 Webster Street is a nuisance or a dangerous building within the meaning of the applicable Maine statute found in Section 2851 of Title 17 of the Maine Revised Statutes. If the council makes this determination, it will then determine what actions the property owner must take. Next, I will ask for representatives of the parties of interest to introduce yourself, including your name, address, and position. Are the owners of 808 Webster Street or the representative present tonight?
Yes, I'm Matthew Bowen. I am an attorney at Corday & Associates in South Portland, and I represent the parties in interest, U.S. Bank and Nation Star Mortgage, doing business as Mr. Cooper, as well as the investor in the mortgage, which is Fannie Mae.
Am I to understand that Joel Nason is not present? Is there another party of interest? At the October 4, 2002 hearing, Carrie Folsom appeared for U.S. Bank National Association, not in its individual capacity, but solely as trustee for the RMAC Trust, Series 2016 CTT, and the National Mortgage LLC was heard. The procedures of the City Council will follow in continuing this hearing are as follows. I now accept into evidence the Planning and Code Enforcement's previously provided Exhibits M through P, in addition to Exhibits A through L previously admitted. Having already heard these parties, tonight the Council will only consider the presentation of new evidence for the property according to the process outlined earlier. I now ask the Lewiston Planning and Code Enforcement Department to present the City Council with information relevant to the matter before it.
Great, thank you. On October 4th, 2022, a notice of this hearing was recorded in the Androscoggin County Registry of Deeds in Book 11224, page 135, a copy of which is included in your packets as Exhibit M. On October 4th, 2022, the Lewiston City Council found the structure to pose a serious threat to the public health and safety and ordered the structure to be secured. Planning Department Exhibit N. On October 4th, 2022, we described the location and ownership of the real estate address as 808 Webster Street, as well as service to Lois Alquist and all parties in interest. At that time, Joel Nason's address was unknown or was not ascertainable with reasonable diligence, so the city published notice pursuant to 17 MRS subsection 2857 in the Lewiston Sun Journal on October 7th, October 14th, and October 21st, 2022, proof of which is in your packets as Exhibit O. Building Inspector Nick Richard has a few comments to make, after which I'm going to ask for the City Council to consider a continuance based upon conversations that we've had with the bank.
Thank you and good evening. On October 4th, 2022, I presented evidence of the conditions of the structure and requested that the council conclude that 808 Webster Street qualifies as a dangerous building and order its demolition. I inspected the property on October 18th, 2022, and it remained unsecure at that time. I have pictures from that inspection, which are in your packet as Exhibit P. And I also went back on October 27th, and I'd like to enter into evidence Exhibit R, pictures from October 27th, and I'll go through that right now with you. So here we have, these are pictures from the 27th going through the interior. As you can see, there's been a lot of cleanup that has gone through. All the items inside the building structure have been removed. The outside beginnings of removal of brush, debris, trees and the grass, overgrown vegetation. What you will see here is this is now out in the garage after items have been removed. There's some significant mold damage, which basically maintains the fact that this is still an unsanitary structure. It's not habitable for the use to which it is put. It is still dangerous to life and should be considered as such. So at this point, it still remains unsanitary. These are more pictures regarding that condition, different areas having mold growth, environmental hazards, which could create an issue for anybody that is living there. And as you can see, you can't quite make it out, but there's a hole in the ceiling here, and that looks to be something a mouse or rats have basically created as a nest. And as you can see, it still has some debris in here on the floor. It could be remnants from the feces, the urine from the animals that were in this building. There's just more evidence here of that activity. And again, there's another, I mean, that toilet right there, you have some damage to the tiles. You have, again, it's just an environmental hazard at this point. There's still an odor emanating from the property, which we were there today. And I'd like to enter into evidence exhibit S, which is pictures from today's inspection. I wasn't able to gain entrance today because it was secure. And I will mention, actually, if we go back to exhibit R, I was only able to gain access on that day because there was somebody there working. So otherwise, I believe it would have been secured that day. And then today it was secured. We double checked. We went around the entire structure. But we did find more issues. If you could see down the corner below or where that door is, it's quite a bit of rot there. So the elements are getting into the house through there, and that's basically where the garage picture is taken. So I imagine water is getting in addition to the urine and the feces that was in the structure, creating a mold issue, creating that unsanitary condition, which is dangerous to life and a health hazard. And it's basically maintaining that the structure is unsuitable for the use to which it is put. And here, the exterior is cleaned up. Excuse me. I mean, the exterior looks nice at this point, and it is secured. And that is all I have.
At this point, I would like to enter Exhibit S and Exhibit R into the evidence.
So, as I mentioned, we are asking the council to consider a continuance of this matter. Since the last hearing, we've been in communication with Mr. Bowen, who represents the bank, and as you've seen from the pictures from Nick, considerable improvements have been made to the property. While there's certainly still health and safety issues with that property, the bank has made some improvements out there of consideration. And with that in mind, we've tried to come up with a solution where we would agree to a consent judgment. And as of late this afternoon, we've reached that agreement to the point where the bank has signed the consent judgment, where they would agree to provide a technical and financial capacity to improve the property by December 12th, and that they would have the property in compliance with all code requirements by March 6th of 2023. That's reasonable as far as we're concerned, and I think they're given the efforts that they've made literally in the last week out there, but they've made efforts. We think it's reasonable, and we would agree to that consent agreement. That consent agreement also requires that the property be maintained and secured the entire time. So if at any time this building becomes unsecured, they would be in default of that judgment. That judgment does entitle us to immediately start with fines and penalties if necessary. So there are some assurances that if they do slip up for some reason and don't meet the deadlines of either the December 12th, where they have come up with an implementation schedule or the March 6th deadline, then they would be in default. Mr. Bowen is here, and he can probably speak to the agreement as well. By asking you folks to continue the matter, that basically provides us the ability that if they do not succeed, they don't come forward with their consent judgment, we can then just move forward again with the Dangerous Building Act, because it will be unsecured at that point, or maybe there's more water leaks that have occurred and they haven't taken it seriously. My impression is that we have their attention. They've done a lot of work in the last week and a half out there, and I think they're going to continue to move forward. But if we do continue this matter, that gives us two avenues to go forward. We have the signed consent judgment that we're ready to sign. They've already signed it. And at the same time, if they become in default, we can always revisit you folks and say they haven't lived up to their side of the bargain, and we can actually pursue the demolition of the building ourselves upon a favorable action from you folks.
Thank you, Director. Yes, Mr. Bowen, would you care to say something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the opportunity to present additional evidence. As you know, the Code and Planning had highlighted in their exhibits R and S, considerable work has been done on the behalf of my client. I would like to request that Exhibit Q be entered in so that the City Council can have an even more full picture of all of the progress that was done. It's beginning at the beginning of Exhibit Q, which I passed out to the council. It's chronological in the terms of the work. So the property preservation team that was on site during this cleanup actually documented throughout the process. So you'll see some of the earlier pictures in this. You know, it's going to look a lot messier than it does in the later pictures, and it's actually marked in Exhibit Q as during and after. And that was intentional on their part, because they wanted to show each step and the progress that was being made to show that my clients, the collective banks, have the intent and they have the capacity to rehabilitate this property, and they've made substantial steps in doing so. You know, as we scroll further down, starting out here, you can see kind of some of the exterior, which is obviously some of the less important to the fit for habitability. But as we scroll further in, there's plenty of pictures from the inside, which documents the removal and the scrubbing of the multiple debris. So here you can see this is still in the during phase, but already you can see the floor, which is something that could not be said of some of the earlier pictures that were presented at October 4th hearing. So continuing forward, you see the progress being made. You know, it's not perfect, but as we get into the after photos, it does start to look substantially different. And so I'd like, as I said, Mr. Mayor, to enter this Exhibit Q so that the council can have the full consideration of all the progress that has been made.
Yes, I would like to enter in Exhibit Q into the evidence.
Thank you. With regard to the consent decree, you know, it's been something that I've been working with staff to come to terms with and highlight some of those individual obligations that my collective clients would be obligated to maintain. And so at the October 4th hearing, my colleague, Carrie Folsom, had asked this council to consider giving my clients the opportunity to rehabilitate the building. And I think at that hearing, there was probably a sentiment that this house is gone. It's not rehabilitatable. You'd have to throw millions of dollars. I don't think the word millions was used, but the sentiment was that it just wasn't worth it. And I think I would submit to you that we have proved it is worth it. The amount of work that has been done in that 3 to 4 week time frame since the October 4th hearing, pales in the comparison of what could be done to really bring this house up to not just the minimum standards of habitability, but the standards of the community and the neighborhood for which it belongs, in which it currently resides. And I would submit that, you know, this stipulated consent decree holds my clients to obligations to help bring this building not just to the minimum standard, but really to bring it into back into the community writ large, and to be rehabilitated, and you know, eventually, you know, if it's fully foreclosed on, or if Mr. Nason were to make some other agreement with my clients, you know, it could be sold to the community, the public, and that's another family home that someone could potentially purchase and raise their kids in, or maybe if they're downsizing. But it's an opportunity to preserve what is otherwise structurally a good home. And I know it was made during the comments between staff and the property pres team, and I would ask them to, I don't want to put words in their mouth, so if they would like to speak to this again, but the comment was made to my clients' representatives that they did not see any structural issues with this home. And so if the council were to not consider this consent decree, if the council was to move forward with a demolition order, I would want you to consider the impact that you would be making on your community, is that you would be tearing down a structurally sound home that has had significant rehabilitation up to this point, and has the potential for significant more, and can be reintegrated back into the community in a way that would comport with the neighborhood. Right now, the tax valuation of the property is at $102,000. Obviously, we know tax valuations don't always mirror market valuations. But you know, consider that if the structure was torn down, the tax valuation of the property would then only be the empty land and would not be valued with a building on it. And so the city would also lose some potential tax revenue while we continue to rehabilitate this building, with the hopes of bringing it back into the community writ large. So once again, I would just urge the council to consider this stipulated consent decree. You know, it's got significant penalties and obligations that if my clients fail to perform, the council will have the ability to seek recourse. And so this is our commitment to the city of Lewiston, that we are serious about rehabilitating this building and to bring it back into the fold.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Hediger, what kind of conditions are put on the rehabilitation of this building? Because from what I can see and my knowledge of construction, that's basically going to have to be stripped to the studs, all the insulation gone, all the ceilings, everything. Basically, it'll just be an open, open structure inside in order to make this a healthy building moving forward.
That may be the case. I mean, in certain sections of that building, that may absolutely be the case. As Nick has identified, I mean, between the mold and the overall saturation of floors and whatnot in there, there could be a considerable amount of rehab that's going to be necessary to do that. That's fine, as long as they meet code requirements and they did it in a timely and code compliant manner, we're okay with that.
So if they cover up the mold, or just, how tight are their feet going to be held to the fire as far as doing it
So they need
properly?
Right, so at this point, per the consent agreement, by December 12th, they would have to come back to us with technical and financial capacity. So as part of that technical capacity, they're going to have to demonstrate to us how are they going to remediate that mold, how are they going to get rid of the stench, how are they going to make this property safe again. So if it's a matter of them just coming in saying, we're just going to put a coat of paint on it and get a steam cleaner, it's probably not going to meet our expectations here, because we know that the property has a lot more issues than that. Is it structurally sound? We believe it is. Again, as some of the pictures Nick has shown, there's certainly infestation issues in there. There's some water leakage that may be occurring in the back area there. Could it be repaired? Potentially it could be repaired. They're gonna have to demonstrate that to us. If they can't meet those measures, if they can't come to an agreement with us, they're at risk. So the ball's really in their court to them to meet our expectations as far as saving this property out there.
Okay, because my only concern is the next person that's going to live in that house.
You're right. I mean, if somebody if there was an unknown leak or something like that that we didn't know and the attic is full of mold or something, yeah, that would be unfortunate. We'd be setting somebody up for failure.
So will they be, the building be inspected constantly during the reconstruction process?
Yeah, so the process will be just like a renovation permit. So they will have to come in, supply us with a plan of their renovation. We review it, we issue the permit. They go through the process of removing what they need to remove as part of the plan. At that point, we would then assess the insulation. I would imagine that a lot of that insulation would have to be removed and then re-insulate either to today's standards or to fill the cavity that is existing. And then once that's done, we would also inspect that at that point. And then they would have to then start sheetrocking, new subfloor. And every step of the way, we're doing inspections, just as a regular renovation project would be. So it would be treated just like any other permitted project.
Awesome, thank you.
Yep.
Councilor LaChapelle, did you have something?
Yes. Director Hediger, I'm frustrated that we've had to wait this long to get to this point. Is there any ability to recoup our costs to this point, charging them for attorney fees? We have our attorney here. He's not doing this of the kindness of his heart. His law firm has to get paid. Staff time. We've spent hundreds of hours on this project. Is there a way to recoup our fees?
There is, I understand, up to a certain point. The time that the city attorney has invested in it up to, I believe, the initial hearing on the 4th. And the city attorney may be able to advise me on this.
There's two different pieces of authority here that are being discussed. The first is the dangerous building hearing that you're here for. The council entered an order last time you met to secure the building. As the statute that allows for that, and the order itself anticipates being paid for the attorney's fees to get to that point to secure the building. And so much of the time that has been put in for title work to prepare for this hearing, would be covered under that. Then this hearing is a continuation of the demolition portion of that hearing. The notice had two different pieces. If the council chose to proceed with a demolition order tonight, one of those pieces could be the expectation of payment of all of the city's attorney's fees for the demolition and the securing the building order. What Director Hediger and Attorney Bowen are speaking to is a consent judgment, a consent agreement that could either fit in. The council could choose to make a decision about liability and that it is dangerous or is not. And if it is dangerous, there's a portion of the order that says, the portion of the statute, the dangerous building order may allow for the delay of disposal if the owner or party in interest has demonstrated the ability and willingness to satisfactorily rehabilitate the building. So that's what the consent agreement could be. The consent agreement provides for the collection of all attorney's fees to enforce the consent agreement and for the dangerous building proceeding as well. So there's two different authorities to collect attorney's fees. And if the council decides, agrees with Director Hediger and Attorney Bowen to continue this hearing, the consent judgment on its own could become what's called an 80K proceeding. It's a proceeding under a specific rule of civil procedure. And through the consent agreement, the city would be paid its attorney's fees and potentially civil penalties is what is anticipated by the order. So there's an interplay of two different things, and it's a long way to say
Yes.
Yes. But I want to be clear about kind of how these two things are interplayed.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Councilor Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Hediger, I've been out to the property, as you well know, and you know that I've been out there checking it out. My inspection and my knowledge of construction, I'd be worried if they didn't strip it right down. First off, because the rodents being in there, they climb through the walls, they eat wiring, they do a lot of damage. My other question on it would be, do they have to meet today's construction standards when they're gonna do that much?
As far as structurally, no. I mean, if they're gonna take the sheetrock down, they're not gonna have to meet, they're not gonna have to put new studs in to meet the thickness of the insulation that's gonna be required to bring it up to the energy code. They can re-sheetrock it as long as they fill the cavity that's existing with insulation. Like if it's a 2x4 versus a 2x6, that's getting into the weeds of it. But what I'm getting at, the only thing that we would probably require of them, or the code would require, is that the garage separation between the living space and the garage would probably be up to today's code, because of the life safety regarding that. But that's probably the only thing that we would be able to require of them, as far as structural, bring it up to today's codes.
Okay, so they won't have to meet the insulation requirements of today?
No.
Because I was gonna say, then they're gonna have to strip the outside as well.
Right, yeah, and we wouldn't want to force that on anyone, and that's why that's actually a provision in the code.
Is there gonna be any type of stipulation for air quality testing after or during?
I mean, we don't really have the equipment for that. I mean, we could probably, as a matter of the agreement, come up with something where they would have to test the air quality prior to a certificate of occupancy.
Well, I was thinking once it's stripped, taking air quality.
Yeah.
And then after it's closed up, do another, only because you're gonna have two different readings.
Yeah.
You know as well as I do, and I wanna make sure that it's gonna be safe for somebody else going in there later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Why don't we have a copy of the consent agreement?
I can get you a copy of it.
Well, I'd certainly like to see one.
Yeah, but with
I've been working on this issue for 3 years, and I'm quite concerned that we've had to go to these lengths to get somebody's attention.
Yeah.
We
No.
finally got attention, but it's taken this to get there.
And literally, we received a signed agreement from Mr. Bowen in his office, 4:30, 5 o'clock today.
It's
So-
9 o'clock now, time enough to get us a copy, correct?
Absolutely,
I'd like to see one before I go along with the continuance. I mean, I've been out to the property, I've dealt with the constituent who's been working with me for 3 years, trying to get something done out there.
Councilor, do you mind speaking into the mic?
Oh,
Thank you.
As I say, I've been working with my constituent for 3 years, trying to get this issue resolved. It's taken this much time to get, the only reason we have anything done now is the party of interest. The owner has not stepped forward. The owner has never been discovered. Upon information and belief, I believe he has reason to not be discovered. There was, I believe, a divorce. I believe there was an order of the court to sell the property and divide the proceeds. That has never happened. So the actual owner at this point in time, I guess legally would be the party of interest. But we haven't been able to get their attention until now, when we're right on the cusp of doing something. And I'm not sure that I want to continue to give anybody a chance. There's been plenty of chances given over 3 years. I would like to see a copy of this consent agreement before I vote on anything, though. Thank you.
Deputy Administrator, or I'm sorry, Madam
I was just gonna
Clerk.
say, the city administrator went to make some copies right now.
Okay,
Yes,
well,
thank
we
you.
will, while we wait on this comments, further comments from the council? Stand at ease while we wait for copies. Oh, sorry. Oh. My apologies. We're back, and Counselor Airman.
Thank you. I also would like to see a copy of the agreement, but I just wanted to say that it looks like they have definitely made an effort, and the building is now appears to be secured in such a way that it's no longer a dangerous building. There may still be concerns about whoever lives there, whoever moves in next, whatever hazards might be present. But I thank the party of interest for doing that work, having that work done to get it cleaned up at least to some standard and to have the building secured. But I would like to see that agreement, and then we can go from there. Thank you.
Counselor Pease.
Mr. Mayor, while we have time, on that same note, on securing of the building and saying that it's not dangerous, well, if a vagrant breaks in and goes in there, and it's not, and he stays there a while, could be dangerous to his health. And where there's no heat, sometimes they like to make little fires to keep warm. And it could, somebody could actually die in it. So what's the schedule? Is there gonna have a schedule on inspections as far as security-wise until they get started, or?
Normally, in these situations, yeah, we would keep our eyes on it. Once a week, we would probably go out there just to check on it and do just a quick check, go around.
Okay. And there will be a time limit. We'll say that you go out there after this agreement in a week, and it's not secured, and who do you notify, and how long do they have to get it resecured?
Yeah. We do have, to Council Clement's point, it appears that we have somebody's attention now. So we would be reaching out to Mr. Bowen and saying, great, we found your property unsecured out there. Technically, you're in default now. We could, this judgment is in effect and in place here. Get it stabilized, get it secured by tomorrow, or we're gonna start pursuing the fines and the civil penalties that are in here. When you folks review this, you'll see that if anyone, it needs to be maintained, secured at all times. There's also language in there that should they breach any provision of this consent, we can start at a civil penalty of $25,000 and then an additional $100 a day for every day it remains in violation out there. So there's some teeth and some incentive that we believe that the owners are going to want to do the right thing out there. Again, we typically give people the benefit of the doubt. Is somebody going to break into this property? They're not going to be at this property every day. We get frustrated too. It's taken this long. You folks have seen this before, or maybe not this council as much, but unfortunately, it takes a dangerous building act to get people's attention on some of these properties. And sometimes it's because there's so many different interested parties removed. And that goes to the expense that Councilor LaChapelle is talking about, where we get B&I involved because they have to do the title work to figure out who actually has an interest in this property here. So we get frustrated too. But if somebody's willing to come up at the 11th hour and try to save a property that we think is reasonable, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt if they come up with some type of legal agreement that we feel has some security into it. Quite frankly, if we didn't have, we do consent judgments all the time where they don't result in a dangerous building, but we work with Mike's office and the property owners to have judgments where there's deadlines and defaults in place so we can get into compliance. And we kind of like that because they're coming up with the deadlines. They've already, in this case, those are deadlines that they presented to us. Great. If they can't live up to their own deadlines, then they should have thought twice about this.
Okay, so I guess my next question would have been is they're considered owners because they have the financing, they hold the financing on this property, correct?
They're a party in interest under the mortgage foreclosure statutes. They're a party in interest because they have the mortgage on the property, and the consent judgment, because of under the city ordinance, the definition of owner includes those who hold a mortgage interest and those who control the property. That's where they're considered an owner, but not for purposes of the dangerous building.
I just don't want to see the guy that owned it before come back and say, hey, I got my building back, it's nice and new. Yeah. Ready for that?
So under the terms of the mortgage, the mortgagee has certain rights, you know, if the property is not maintained and preserved, to take action to preserve the property, as you can see evidenced by the work that they've done. Any dispute between the deeded owner and my clients over the continued ownership of the home would be strictly between my client and the deeded owner, and would be outside the purview of the city council, would not affect the city of Lewiston, nor would it affect the consent decree that we would enter into if the council should so find the will to do so tonight. Does that answer your question,
Yes, it
Councilor?
does, thank you. I just, like we've said, we've been doing this now for 3 years on this property, and we just want to make sure that we dot all the i's and cross the t's, you know? Thank you.
Councillor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for the attorney, I guess. As the party of interest holding the mortgage, you're going to have to go through a considerable process to foreclose on this mortgage in order to have full title to the property, to sell it to somebody else if somebody had interest in buying the property?
Likely, but not necessarily. I mean, any property owner that has a, thank you very much, that, you know, owns the property and one of my clients has a security interest in a mortgage, there's various avenues that could be taken to transfer legal ownership of the property that are outside of the full foreclosure process. What I do know is that it's not currently in any foreclosure proceedings, but it is in default for violation of the maintenance and waste clause. And I've actually had contact with Mr. Nason. He showed up at the property one of the days that they were fixing it up. And so he passed his number along to my office. I spoke to him briefly. I informed him of this meeting. I know that the city council had already passed measures to give him notice through the newspaper, so that he would have constructive notice. So and in speaking with the city attorney, and informing him that, I had spoken to Mr. Nason, he was aware of the hearing. So he had actual notice. Whether or not he had legal notice only was effectuated by your guys' newspaper hearings. So we do have a way to communicate with him, which, is unfortunately more than the city had. So, he still is not here tonight, so we're hoping that you'll work with us directly on resolving this issue and getting this property in a condition it deserves to be, despite Mr. Nason's lack of presence and lack of interest in doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. At this point, I've asked Mr. Carey, our attorney, to kind of walk us through this document, just so the council can have an understanding.
So I'll do that, and I'll focus on the enforcement portions of it. As I'd mentioned earlier, this document is doing two things, and so I'm happy to answer any questions if I can. So I'm going to start on I think it's probably page 4, where the paragraphs have letters on them. So I'll start with D, E, and F. Maybe 5. This is the portion that deals with securing the building. In addition to, this is what Director Hediger was referencing before. So there's a requirement that it's going to be kept secure, and that there's a separate requirement in D that no one will occupy it so long as a judgment's in effect. So fast forward down the road, if a certificate of occupancy is granted, all of the costs due under the judgment are paid, then the city will indicate this is satisfied, and then this requirement will go away. If that doesn't happen, if it happens that back up 1 second. In addition to what Director Hediger said earlier, the existing authority to secure the building remains in place. The order that you passed before remains in effect. And so what this F says, if the city exercises that and spends any money to secure the property, then there is an additional civil penalty for twice the city's cost. So the city would be paid its costs, and then there would be a civil penalty of twice those costs. So all of that is in securing the building and ensuring that nobody lives there until this is finished. And I'm going to go up to the paragraph C. This is the overall requirement that by March 6th, that both U.S. Bank and NationsStar, so both the mortgage holder and the servicer, shall ensure that all the violations are remedied, the premises is brought into compliance with the code and the law, and that there's a certificate of occupancy entered. So there's, 5 months, maybe 4 months, to do all of that work. And then kind of going back up one more to B, the question is, well, how is that going to be done? There's obviously a whole body of state law and municipal codes that has to be complied with. They have to, the bank and the service holder have to bring forward a plan to, and Director Hediger specified this earlier, that meets technical and financial capacity, I believe is what he said. This provides that whether or not that plan meets technical and financial capacity is solely in the director's discretion. And you'll see here the language and the defendant's ability and willingness to satisfactorily rehabilitate the structures of the premises. That's the statutory language that if you did enter an order tonight, that you could allow somebody that meets these requirements to stay the demolition in order, if they're able to show these things. And so that's how the Director Hediger has talked about how we would understand and enforce that if they show technical and financial capacity. Kind of along with B and C, then you go down to G and H, essentially that everything they're going to do, it's not just the ends justify the means, they have to comply with code to get there, they have to get any permits. And then I think probably the other things to call attention to are the payment provisions. The city's attorney's fees will be paid. Like I had mentioned earlier, there was some attorney's fees, a portion of the attorney's fees are due under the existing order. There's some benefit to using that order in the sense that primes any mortgage. It's a special tax lien according to your earlier order. My guess is by the time we got to that point, however, they would well have paid the attorney's fees that are due under this order and elsewhere. So that's what I provides. Civil penalties are in J. If any part of this judgment is breached, automatic civil penalties of $25,000 kick in, and then an additional $100 per day per violation. So it's quite a strong enforcement mechanism there. So I think the last, so a lot of this is kind of standard template language, but those are the key enforcement provisions, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions from the council at this point? Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Attorney Bowen,
Yes.
what's the anticipated time frame to resolve this building's ownership?
I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
Could you give me a range? Are we looking at a year, 2 years? Could it go 5 years?
I would hesitate to make any comment on that because it's not an action that is active, and I would want to not prejudge any action and potentially violate the owner's rights under the fair debt collection practices and various federal mortgage laws that are related to that.
So until ownership is resolved, the building will go unoccupied, correct?
Well, and until a certificate of occupancy is issued, it has to remain unoccupied.
Correct.
Now, if a certificate of occupancy is issued and Mr. Nason is still the deeded owner, then he could potentially reoccupy the building, and that would, any rights that the mortgagee feels contrary to his occupation would be between us. I want to give the city council some assurances without violating any, federal mortgage laws. I'm confident that we are going to be able to resolve a ownership issue with Mr. Nason, having had conversations with him. He's not really interested in the property, obviously, and I think we have some options that might be outside of the judicial process, but we need to give those opportunities to my client and let them pursue and consider it, and protect his rights and not prejudge anything through foreclosure actions.
I have a what if. What if the building is completely renovated and there's an occupancy permit granted, and then Mr. Nason moves back in?
That would be a dispute between Mr. Nason and my client based on the terms of the mortgage and his rights under federal mortgage law and state mortgage law. The federal rights as a consumer and then the state mortgage law. And, we would have to resolve that between Mr. Nason and my clients.
Right, but he could be there for a significant amount of time, correct?
Well, speaking more broadly and hypothetically, the foreclosure process, generally speaking, and not specific to any case, when there is a judgment, whether that's a consent judgment or a contested judgment in our client's favor, it always comes with a writ of execution for the ability to evict any occupants. Now, when those occupants are the borrowers, the writ is pretty much enforceable right away after the end of the redemption period. So there's a 90-day statutory redemption period after a foreclosure, which can be waived by the defendant if there's a consent judgment. So that comes with the writ to basically evict them. Now, if it's a tenant, I decided to rent it. Obviously, I'm a bad example because I'd be super conflicted, but I'm using myself. Then their federal law has a provision, I believe it's 90 days before any eviction proceeding can move forward against those occupants. So your larger general question of what if, still would need to be resolved between my clients and Mr. Nason, but hypothetically, if in the context of any foreclosure action, the right to enforce eviction only comes after the judgment, with some potential exception, I think, if the property is considered abandoned, but that's something I'd have to look into further to be able to speak intelligently on it. Like I said, I don't want to prejudge anything, but I do want to give the council assurances based off of my conversations with Mr. Nason. It's possible that we're going to be able to resolve things outside of a judicial process.
But if you can't, foreclosure in the state of Maine takes well over a year, doesn't it?
It can.
So he could move back in, live there for a year, trash the place again, and we could be right back here. Theoretically.
I would have to do additional research on what enforcement and protection actions we could do to protect my client from such an action.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carey, so the issue this evening is the condition of the building, not necessarily who has ownership of the building, who lives there. Is that correct?
That's right. The dangerous building statute speaks to the condition of the property. The order, the way that, so this, as I mentioned, this this comes in one of two plays, either that you choose to continue that to allow this to go through, or it's anticipated by paragraph 21, which is standard and dangerous building orders and allows an agreement, the director to enter into an agreement. So you could take out that paragraph if you chose you did not want to allow that to happen with this particular property. But yes, the condition of the property is what's at issue in the dangerous building context.
Thank you. Councilor Clement?
If I might, Mr. Mayor, a hypothetical with two attorneys here. Upon information and belief, I understand that there may be a judicial order already directing the deeded owner to dispose of this property in a certain fashion. Would that help to resolve the issue of ownership?
There would be a standing issue that my client wouldn't have standing to enforce that order. Only Ms. Alquist would have standing to enforce that order because it was part of a divorce decree between her and Mr. Nason.
But that could very well interrupt any action on his part to recoup the property, correct? If she were to choose to do that.
It complicates the resolution. I don't remember this. There's a divorce order between Mr. and Mrs. Former Mrs. Nason, Mr. Nason and Ms. Alquist. And he's required to take certain actions under that. It's what the bank does in the meantime under the rights that it has. It doesn't really affect that in the same way that doesn't really affect what the city has to do under the law. Because he hasn't done what he's supposed to do in that order, she remains a party, she remains an owner, and she was notified of this proceeding that way. So it's a third judicial vehicle, but it mostly independent.
And if I might add too, properties are often sold, subject to mortgages all the time. So it's entirely possible that this property could be sold by Mr. Nason tomorrow, and some new owner would take subject to the current mortgage and, all the conditions. So it doesn't necessarily preclude the ability of Mr. Nason to follow through with that divorce decree. If he were to take the appropriate actions as outlined by that divorce decree, he could sell it potentially to even my clients, who would then be full owners. So there are, I hope that it helps clarify your point.
I understand where you're coming from, I do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. I feel like we're getting a little bit off in the weeds here about who's the owner and who's going to live there. The real concern is whether it's a dangerous building, and then what's going to be done to rehabilitate it. And I feel like this consent agreement is reasonable. It has some fairly sharp teeth in it if the conditions are not met. And I feel like we could take staff's recommendation, continue this process subject to the owner or parties of interest, whoever it is, following the agreements contained in here, and I think that would be reasonable. Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One, I don't have too much faith in Mr. Nason and his actions and what he will and can do now or later. I mean, this has been going on for 3 years. He's avoided the city being able to contact him. I just don't trust anything that he could do. So anything that he's could possibly do is a concern to me. The other thing is technically that building is still a danger, correct? With the mold and everything that's on the inside. If you were in that building for any length of time, your health would be in danger, correct?
I would agree to that, yes.
So it is still a dangerous building at this point in time?
It is unsanitary, which is part of the statute, and that basically means that it is a danger to health and the health of humans.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Clement?
Very briefly to add to that, upon information and belief, there is no, or substantial reduction in the amount of wiring and plumbing within that building. Apparently, it's been stripped out, scrapped out, whatever, by various intruders over a period of time. Have you seen any evidence of that?
I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of evidence of that. I don't know the extent if that is the case. Then again, if the renovation plan is submitted, they would have to remove sheetrock, and at that point, we can assess that. And I believe with the electrical code, they would then have to bring up, that's the one code where they would have to bring up the electrical to current code.
Substantially different than when that was built, yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you. If you see the renovation plan, which you have to see by, what was the date again, December 12th? Is that what it was? And you don't feel that that's enough, you can renege this right then, correct? Or can you stop this and say, that's not good enough, it's not gonna do what we think it needs to be done?
Correct. I mean,
Okay.
honestly, what I would end up doing is hopefully they're not gonna wait till the 11th hour to submit a plan to us.
Right.
They submit a plan to us, it's not reasonable for some reason. We're gonna go back to them, say you're missing these items, and give them the opportunity to come back. They miss that by a week because they're just not meeting our requirements, then they are gonna be in default of this judgment. And then we can use the language that Mr. Carey referenced with respect to fines and being in default of this.
Okay.
Our goal is to work with any of these property owners when we have these judgments to come to a resolution. But at the same time, these deadlines are here for a reason, to hold people accountable. So if they are missed at the end of the day, we have tools and language available to us.
I will have to say that I'd still have some serious concerns that they're gonna be able to pull this off with winter coming. We have a massive storm, that back deck with a lot of snow, the leakage right there, which looks like that's rotting at that sliding glass door at that back deck. I don't know, I have still some serious concerns that they'll be able to pull this off in that time frame. Thank you.
Did you have anything further to add, Councillor Clement?
Just a question for the director, if I might. If by December 12th, I believe it is, you don't have this plan, at that point, we can take action, condemn the building under the terms of consent agreement and just get rid of it at that point. We don't have to go any further than December 12th if they're not acting in good faith. Is that correct?
I believe because we're continuing it, and I would defer to the city attorney on this matter.
Mr. Carey, would you like to weigh in?
That's gonna give us that opportunity, actually.
So there's two issues for you tonight. One is whether or not to continue the hearing. If you enter the order, so one is whether to continue the hearing or enter an order, or decide whether it's a dangerous building. You may choose it is or it's not. If you continue the hearing and they don't meet the requirement, then they've got some potential civil penalties that they've got to deal with, and then the issue comes back to you at that time. And so you would need to decide whether or not it's a dangerous building at that time, independent of what happened before. If you chose to enter the order tonight, you could allow them to have the opportunity to put forward a rehab plan or not.
Stay execution, in other words.
That's right.
Okay.
Anything further, Director?
Not at this time.
Okay. So, Mr. Carey, just for clarification, if the council moved forward to accept staff's recommendation, what would be the motion on the table? Or how would the vote look? What would the vote look like?
I'm gonna defer to the person who knows.
Madam Clerk.
Sure, so, I'm sorry, the question is if you want to move forward with the order.
Right, yes.
Right.
Staff.
To continue.
Move forward, to continue the hearing and accept staff's recommendation.
Right, which Mr. Hediger is at the number 2 printed in the book on the page.
I don't know that I have a number 2.
I think if I'm understanding correctly, Director Hediger's staff is suggesting continuing the dangerous building hearing to allow the entry of you would enter into an agreement. That would be number 1 in the book.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, it would be to continue the hearing to determine if the building located at 808 Webster Street has met the dangerous building statutes as defined in Title 17, Section 2851 et al.
Okay, so that is the motion currently on the table?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Clement?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Ask Attorney Carey if I might, if we go ahead and declare this a dangerous building and then stay execution, for lack of a more concise term, I guess, we can still enter into this consent decree, declare it a dangerous building tonight, and enter into this and say, hey, you've got until December 12th. Show us what you're going to do, or that building is coming down. So hopefully on December 13th.
The short answer is yes. If I can.
Very good.
Be an
That's
attorney for a
not the
moment.
two.
I'm getting better. The key piece here is paragraph 21, and this is in the proposed dangerous building order. And so this allows, as this is drafted, you're giving the director the authority to determine whether or not, and I'm on line 4, the rehabilitation plan demonstrates in the director's sole discretion the owner's ability and willingness to satisfactorily rehabilitate the structure. The demolition shall be delayed. And so that's what would be, it's anticipated here. If you're comfortable with this language, I would suggest you may want to change 30 to 42 days, and that would bring the December 12th deadline that's in the proposed.
Okay, so in essence, we're going to declare the building dangerous and stay on this period.
If you enter that already, yes.
That is going to speed up the process in the event that there's non-compliance, correct?
If you found, if you found that the building is today a dangerous building and meets the standard, yes, that is something that you could do.
Mr. Mayor?
Well, one question, if I may, first for Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, so is that, are you okay with that?
I think it's an absolutely legally defensible position. I think it's a policy choice for the council.
Counselor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Then I would amend the motion on the floor to the effect that the council find this is a dangerous building and order a stay of execution as long as they enter into this, and upon the first notification that they're in non-compliance, that the building be demolished under the Dangerous Building Code. Or words to that effect, and perhaps Attorney Carey could give us correct wording on that.
If I may, and I'm not sure, I guess what I'd like to do is just go through that paragraph 21 a little bit because it's rather packed. I don't know if it's proper.
Please continue, Mr. Carey.
So the basic requirement, I've raised the issue with 30 versus 42. The basic requirement is the first sentence, that within 30 days of the order, the owner shall demolish the structure, remove all debris, and stabilize the site. So that's the threshold requirement. If they don't do that, it would go to paragraph 22. The city has that authority. So that's what typically happens in a dangerous building is that's the order, and if they don't do it, the city can do it. Paragraph 21 continues, though, that if the owners provide the director with a rehab plan that demonstrates the ability and willingness, he can, as it's written now, he can choose to delay disposal of the building. If after that, he determines that the owners have not carried out and completed the rehab plan, so in this specific example, if in 42 days he comes through with the rehab plan that's enforced through this judgment, he decides that they have defaulted on the judgment because they haven't done the rehab plan, he may issue a written determination order, so he sends a legal notice that within 30 days of written notice, the owners shall demolish the structure, remove the debris. And so it kind of reverts back to the baseline. And so he has limited jurisdiction in that 30-day period to accept a plan. If he chooses it meets that, great. If 31 days pass, he no longer has that authority, and it has to come back to you to amend the order.
Okay, so we would have to declare it dangerous at that point in time. We can't do that tonight and have it standing.
if you feel that it's a dangerous building, the council can issue this order tonight, and then this paragraph would allow the director and the bank to enter into this consent agreement.
Mr. Mayor, that's what I would suggest we do, whatever it would take for a motion.
Mr. Carey, would you like to construct a motion, since we have you handy?
Yeah, I think procedurally, it might be to remove the motion on the table and then enter into number 2. Is that right?
Sure.
And I have a couple of wordsmithing suggestions, but I think that can wait for the parliamentary portion.
Madam Clerk, what would be the, what do you recommend at this point?
Sure, so Counselor P, seconded by Counselor Clement, entered in, or approved the first motion. So if they wanted to withdraw that, and again, that motion was to continue the hearing. So if they wanted to withdraw that, and then as the attorney suggested, then we could put the second motion on the table.
I would withdraw my motion.
We have consensus over here.
Sure, so then if it would be of interest to the council, I can read the other motion, which is, with regard to the property at 808 Webster Street, to adopt the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order of demolition proposed by the City Planning and Code Enforcement Department, which order establishes the corrective action to be taken by the property owner and the time frame for taking such action, and which authorizes the city administrator to take such corrective action if the property owner fails to do so, and to recoup the city's costs through a special tax or collective action.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor P, seconded by Counselor Clement.
If I may.
And Mr. Carey, please proceed.
I'd mentioned that I have 2 wordsmithing suggestions. The first I've addressed earlier, that changing the day to 42 days would allow the agreement that they've entered into to proceed. Otherwise, they'd have to change that agreement, which you may obviously expect. The second is to change the word owners in this paragraph to one or more parties in interest, and we can make the tweaks later to finalize it for the clerk. And you may just want to check with the bank to make sure.
Mr. Bowen?
Yeah, so I would have concerns about finding the building a dangerous building and entering into this order on the stipulation that we entered in the consent judgment, given that the orders also has provisions for demolition. It creates, in my mind, conflicting remedies for the city of whether we go with the fines or whether the building gets demolished. And I think one of the allures of this consent decree is it kind of took the demolition off the table, and by continuing the hearing, and gave my clients an opportunity to show that financial and technical capability to move forward with the consent decree and the terms of the consent decree. So I would, caution and submit to the council that kind of reversing this, saying, okay, we're going to find a dangerous building, we're going to order demolition, we're going to stay the demolition for 42 days on the condition that you enter the consent decree, and then if there's any defaults on the consent decree, it then becomes a question of, well, what is the city's remedy? Is it under the consent decree, which has the civil penalties and still gives my clients the opportunity to remediate that default, or is the penalty for the default the demolition? And so I would really caution that I think this kind of convolutes the remedies that the city would have and could complicate the situation unnecessarily. I would ask the council to reconsider and go forward with the motion to continue the hearing so that we can enter the consent decree. The continuance can be to a specified time. So we've agreed with staff on December 12th. My understanding is that the city council meets on December 20th. The continuance could be to that December 20th timeframe, where by then we'd already have our plan submitted to director, and he would be able to speak at that December 20th meeting on his satisfaction or lack thereof of my client's technical and financial capability to rehabilitate the building.
Mr. Carey, your feedback.
The proposed consent judgment doesn't anticipate any action one way or the other on the dangerous building order. As I said earlier, there's two paths in which the consent judgment could be effective. One is as a standalone document, as could have been brought in an 80K, or as the authority that the council has to delay the disposal. I think I'm trying to quote statute here, delay the disposal of the building to allow the owner to satisfactorily determine that it has satisfactorily rehabilitate the property. So the council has the authority both under statute and as this was anticipated, this was not anticipated one way or the other. In terms of the election of remedies argument, there are two. It's very important that these two proceedings be kept very separately, even though they're intertwined. The question before you today is whether or not this building is dangerous, and if so, what remedy should the city order? There are no civil penalties that are anticipated or could be anticipated in that process. The 80K process, the enforcement of land use, that is where there is the civil penalty there, and the law court has said that the purpose of civil penalties is to coerce a certain behavior and a certain requirement. These two have two different remedies, and I guess I don't agree with the argument that there's a confusion between them. It's important to keep them separate, and so I think the question about whether or not it's dangerous and whether or not to continue is one thing. It's entirely separate from whether or not the director determines that a rehab plan would satisfactorily rehabilitate the building.
Councilor McCarthy?
So if we continued this, didn't declare it a dangerous building, and then you're not satisfied on the 12th, and we come back on the 20th, what's the difference in time frame in dealing with that building between us condemning the building today and giving them 42 days to come up with a solution, or continuing until the 20th and then moving there forward? What kind of time frame, is it going to delay things, just the difference between the 12th and the 20th, or is it going to delay things another month? Or, what kind of delay would that put into this process?
I think it's going to in part depend upon the order and if you folks keep any of that language that's under number 21 right now. If that language becomes, the attorney mentioned you could potentially strike that language entirely, so we could come back on the 20th. And if that language isn't there any longer, where it no longer gives them the ability to come up with some type of an agreement, and you folks make a finding that's a dangerous building, then that is what it is at that point. It's going to be ordered to be demolished. From a demolition perspective, then it's an RFP process. We go through that entire mechanism. We don't necessarily like doing demolitions in the winter. Certainly in the downtown, it's more challenging because of the proximity of structures next to each other. The need to control dust, especially with the lead that's in these buildings. So we have a policy that talks about watering the buildings, and you can imagine how that works when it's below zero outside. So that's not necessarily, we purposely try to avoid demolitions. Ideally, if we get anything done, it's before the end of the year here. So if the city's going to pursue demolition here, that building, we're going to probably go out there, immediately secure it to the nth degree so we don't have to revisit this property every week, as Nick has suggested, and pursue demolition sometime, mid to late spring.
Mr. Carey, so I guess what, in your professional opinion, how should we best proceed?
I think that's a policy judgment. I think the council, I think it's enforceable with an executed judgment if the council chooses to continue. The bank is now bound, the bank and the servicer are now bound, and they're on a strict timeline. If the council chooses to enter the order and allow such an agreement to be entered into, I think it's similarly enforceable in a similar way. And so the only difference at that point is that the timeline of the dangerous building order moves forward as well. The bank has some rights to appeal that would be triggered at that point, but there's both of these, from the city's perspective, both avenues are legally enforceable, as is the third, where you would choose that it's a third, where it's a dangerous building and you don't want to provide this opportunity to consent agreement. So there's not I guess it's not a legal, I don't have any advice from a legal perspective. All are enforceable. It's a policy choice.
Okay, and just, I guess, for my clarification, so if we enter into this dangerous building, if we move this current motion forward, the bank could have some recourse at that point. They could appeal it?
Yes, both bank and Nation Star have appeared at the hearing, and so anybody who has appeared at the hearing has the ability to appeal to Superior Court within 30 days.
Okay.
Of the entry of the order.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Was there a motion on the floor to start off with?
Yes. Yes.
On this bottom? Was there a second to that motion?
Yes.
Yeah, there was.
Okay. I'm in favor of moving forward. We can continue beating this for another half hour. I think it is a dangerous building. Nobody can live in it right now. I have rehabbed houses, I've flipped houses. Nobody can live in that situation. I have full confidence in our staff to observe this. In my interaction with staff in times past, they do a good job of checking the building. So I have no problem condemning it, or whatever this thing is to say, yes, it is a dangerous building, but at the same time, give the bank the opportunity to come in and present some kind of documentation on how they can rehab the building. And if they can't rehab the building, then it's going to be done. So if the bank could dump an easy another $150,000 into that building and make it look like new again, and it's a $350,000 house in the neighborhood. So however that works out, the verbiage, if that's what this paragraph does, that would be I would vote in favor of that, if you're following what I'm saying.
Yeah. Mr. Kerr?
That would do that. I think that I had suggested
To change the 45 days, yes.
45 days and owners for party and interest, which would.
With those corrections.
Do you have that, Madam Clerk?
I do, yes,
Okay.
and we'll just insert that as a friendly amendment. And is it 42 days or 45 days?
42.
It's 42 allows it to the 12th. It's your choice whether to include a few more days to allow.
45, Well, we don't meet the 20th of December.
Yes,
We do?
we do.
Okay, fine. I'm just trying to get a day off.
Are we, Mr. Carey, are we moving into 45? Is that
That's
your?
not my choice.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
We're moving it to 45 with
45.
council's approval here.
Friendly amendment.
Yes.
And so,
In case there's a snowstorm and we can't
and so this allows the director a little bit of flexibility. As he was talking earlier, we talked about if it was a couple days later, that would allow that, but doesn't require that. And then was it also the interest to change owner for one or more
Yes.
parties in interest?
Yes. And without further comment from the council, at this point, I would like to, Madam Clerk, to call the vote.
Mr. Mayor,
Or
am I
Mr.
afforded the opportunity for closing argument?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so once again, I'd like to reiterate to the council that, part of the allure of the consent decree because it does have such stiff penalties in it, was that we were able to move forward with the city via this consent decree outside of the dangerous building hearing. The intent was to remove the remediation plan from the dangerous building hearing, and that's why we asked for the continuance, so that we could enter into this consent decree. And there are stiff penalties in this consent decree. And so to be incentivized to, enter into such a favorable consent decree from the city's perspective, we asked, as a show of good faith, that the city was wanting to work with us to continue the hearing, to not find it a dangerous building and to not order the demolition, even if there is a stay. And so I would ask the council to vote no on the finding of the dangerous building and to reconsider the motion for the continuance of the hearing. To be honest, I would have to confer with my client as to whether we're going to enter into the consent decree as written with a finding of the dangerous building entered in this evening. We were hoping that we were able to enter into the consent decree and continue the hearing and show through the work that we've done and the work that we're going to continue to do that our plan to rehabilitate it is to get it to the point where it is not a dangerous building and does not need to be legally found as one. And I would note, as Mr. Carey has noted, that one of the incentives the city council should consider as an incentive to yourselves for reconsidering that first motion is the lack of appeal rights that we would have under the consent decree. Right there on the first page of the stipulation of the docket entry, judgment may be entered against the defendant, my clients, to the terms of the consent decree submitted herewith. Defendant waives all rights of appeal and agreed to the judgment, and agreed judgment can enter immediately and without hearing. And so, I understand the council's frustration, and there's been a lot of discussion about like, well, what if Mr. Nason comes back? It took 3 years to get here, but if you look in the stipulated consent decree, the bank's first actual notice was August of this year. Yes, they had constructive notice through the code violation being recorded, but the bank's first actual notice was this year. And so, yes, we're coming in, seemingly to some of the individuals late to the game, but it's because our actual notice was late in the process. And I want you to just think about how much my clients have done despite the short time frame, despite the notice from August up to this point. It has been an amazing feat of considering the filth that was that place at the beginning pictures. To get to this point, I think deserves some commending to my client's actions. We're not the property owners. My clients didn't live there. They don't inspect it every day. They don't, make their coffee in the morning at 808 Webster. So to impute the same liability that the deeded owner should have on my client, I beg you to consider that we're in different positions and our interests are different, but before you, our interests is aligned with yours tonight, and that is to get the building remediated, to get it back into standing with this community that it deserves. And the best course of action to do that is through the consent decree, through a continued hearing, and not through the quasi-judicial process of finding my client's property interest as a dangerous building with a potential order for demolition. Thank you.
Councilor LaChapelle.
Mr. Mayor, and this might be to the director or staff, is he accurate that this is the first, the official notification to the bank, August, I thought we've reached out to, and I don't recall some of the other paperwork, and that'd be question number one. Question number two, maybe for our city attorney, we're quoting from this paper. We can also find this is going to do everything we want it to do anyway. Do we have to find a building a dangerous building? Can we just, how do we incorporate this piece of paper into, we can extend it and just incorporate this document?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion before you, if it was passed, what would happen is tomorrow morning, first thing, I would make the changes to paragraph 21, send it to the city clerk. She would sign it and attest it, and we would bring it to the registry. And so this motion makes this the law of the council.
Motion number two?
Number two.
Okay, so we're not, but we're saying that we're calling it a dangerous building.
Yes, and that's what this order does.
And he doesn't like, excuse me, the attorney, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowman. Attorney Bowman. He's saying that could hinder possibly the future development. Now, I guess my concern is, if they have been, this is the first time they've got notification in August, is that correct? I guess that would be my first question.
That is, oh, was that
No,
to me?
I'm speaking to staff.
Sorry.
And who notified?
We sent a demand letter to, the bank was first notified via demand letter in August.
In August?
Correct.
That's the first time?
Correct. Prior to that, we were notifying, Mr. Alquist or Mr. Nason, Ms. Alquist, yes.
Okay.
And that's the challenge, as an aside, with any of our notices of violation that don't go the right way. Our notices go to who the city has on the tax records as being the owner. If those people aren't responsive, then staff ends up sending out demand letters. We end up looking to the city attorney to help us do some title work because somebody else may own the property, like Mr. Bowen's representing. So it's at that point we have to go deeper in order to find a party that's going to be responsible.
So, thank you for that answer. And I would have to agree with him. In that short time, they have done a decent job cleaning up the place. I believe there's a possibility for the building to be rehabbed. Coming back to my first, how do we, I want to give them all the flexibility. They have shown good faith. At the same time, it's aggravating for the neighbors and everybody else that's involved in this. I would like to see us have the ability or give the ability to the bank to see if they can meet a certain standard without, if the bank is concerned on that definition of the house for destruction, demolition, is there another motion that we can incorporate this piece of paper and with a continuance? I guess that's my question.
And if I may, Counselor, Mr. Carey, so this current motion that's on the table, does that save us any time? I guess what advantage to the city is there by the current motion on the table? Are we avoiding a meeting? Are we saving time?
So there's two paths. One is the continuance in the consent decree. One is the dangerous building order and the consent decree, which is enforceable against his clients, and he's arguing that may be not their choice. If there's a continuance, there's no dangerous building without another action of the council. So that would be another requirement to come back again in December or January or whenever. So that would be one way in which they're different. So it may take more council time. As I mentioned earlier, the bank has an appeal. The bank and Attorney Bowen represents two clients here, and so their interests may differ. Each have an appeal right to Superior Court for 30 days. That happens whenever the council enters and finds a dangerous building. So if that happens today, that 30-day clock starts today. So if they file an appeal, that complicates matters. The bank could say, look, we're going forward in good faith as we did, but we're gonna file an appeal. Then that's a complicated legal proceeding because that appeal has a certain process of itself. So that could be a complication. In terms of the timeline to demolition, the timeline to demolition is driven, the practical answer is the director gave his answer. It's conceivable that the timeline is delayed for certain notice periods. As a practical matter, if the demolition wouldn't happen in the wintertime, meeting in December or January wouldn't affect that because the 30-day period would still run during the wintertime. So those are three ways in which those two paths might differ. I'm happy to.
I guess, I'm sorry, please continue, Mr. King.
I think those are the three big things that I can think of here.
I think at this point, given that if we proceed with declaring this a dangerous building, there could be an appeal, which certainly could be a cost to the city, correct, Mr. Carey?
Yes.
And it would remove incentive on the part of Mr. Bowen's clients, and then yes, given the fact that demolition might not occur during the winter, I guess I would advise the council to, kind of take this motion off the table, and then to continue the hearing, allow them to enter into this consent agreement. Councilor Pease?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My main thing here is make sure they understand we're not fooling around anymore. You say, short notice, and look how much you've done. Well, what you've done took you 1 week. That's how much time you put into that building. And it's been going on for 3 years. I wanted you to know that this is it. If we change this motion again, I want some kind of guarantee you're going to sign that agreement.
Councilor Pease, we've already signed the agreement.
They've signed it. Just waiting on us.
Councilor Clement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would heartily disagree that this would not incentivize them, because the way I read it, if they don't do something, they're going to lose a building. However, if what I read, what I've heard, I will withdraw. I'm not sure whether I moved it or whether I seconded it. I'll withdraw that motion, revert us to number 1, and move the question.
Councilor Pease,
It's dead. You have no second or motion, whichever it was.
Yes, to remove this.
I think, sorry, point of order, Madam Clerk, do we need both Councilor Pease and Councilor Clement to agree to?
Councilor Pease was the original maker of the motion, and Councilor Clement seconded, so if Councilor Pease could also withdraw, that would be cleaner. Thank you.
The motion's dead without a second, though. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Right, I'm sorry, Counselor, I thought the discussion on the table was if the motion that's pending before you was going to be withdrawn. And Councilor Pease made that motion and Councilor Clement seconded it.
And I guess to the Madam Clerk, for it to be cleaner, if we're thinking about proceeding with the original motion, we would need both of you to withdraw again.
I withdraw my original motion to go to number 2, and go back to number 1.
Councilor Clement?
Same.
Madam Clerk, can you please read the number 1 motion again?
Sure. To continue a hearing to determine if the building located at 808 Webster Street has met the dangerous building statutes as defined in Title 17, Section 2851 et al.
Mr. Pease, are you?
Motion.
Councilor Clement?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Carey, anything before I call the vote?
No. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Sure. Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Mr. Carey, Mr. Bowen, Planning and Code, thank you very much. Director Hediger, and I apologize. Your name, sir?
Nick Richard.
Mr. Richard, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We stand at ease for just a couple of moments.
We're going to take a brief recess, couple minutes here.
It's your fault.
And hello, yes, we're back. Thank you. Madam Clerk, am I to understand that we're in agenda item number 11?
Yes, sir. Item number 11, order authorizing a supplemental appropriation from the city's general fund balance in the amount of $96,000 to fund the cost of 3 SUV police vehicles.
So moved.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor McCarthy, seconded by Councilor Pease. Discussion. Public comment. Back to the council. Councilor Clement.
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, the Finance Committee took this up. We heard a full explanation from the Deputy Police Chief. We understand the need for these vehicles. We understand that this is kind of a windfall for the city. And also that in some instances, vehicles are not being promised for 3 or 4 years. So if we don't move on this, I believe we've lost some vehicles of late, maybe out of service for a period of time due to
That's correct.
accidents and that sort of thing.
No vehicles they're all accounted for.
Yeah, well, they're all accounted for. We haven't lost them. We've lost their use. Excuse me, wrong thing. But definitely this needs the attention of the council, and it's well recommended by your finance committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Further comment? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 12.
Item number 12, order to approve the International Association of Firefighters Local Number 785 change in Maine PERS special plan coverage from 2C to 3C for future service only, effective January 1st, 2023.
May I have a motion? Counselor Clement, seconded by Counselor Pease. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Yes. Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 13.
Item number 13, order authorizing the city administrator to execute the purchase and sale agreement for the purchase of 9 JD Way. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the city administrator to execute the purchase and sale agreement for the purchase of 9 JD Way.
So
May I have a
moved.
Motion, Counselor McCarthy, seconded by Counselor Clement. Discussion? Public I'm coming back to you. Public comment? Back to the council. Counselor Scott?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is there a building committee that's going to be assigned for this fire station?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So there will be discussions around, like, the use of the sirens, like there were with the Temple Street Fire Department?
Most definitely. The
And-
discussions have already started.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Yes. Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 14.
Item number 14, request for donation of in-kind city services and waiver of fees for the Holiday at the Plaza event. Requested action to review the request submitted by the Holiday at the Plaza Organizing Committee for an in-kind donation of city services and waiver of fees totaling $2,705 and to determine a course of action.
May I have
So
a
moved.
motion? Counselor Pease, seconded by Counselor Jelinas. Director Morris, would you like to say anything? Can you please come to the podium for the benefit of our,
Huge audience?
yeah, for the benefit of our, studio audience, or the audience at home.
Yes, it's for the police, public works, permitting that we're looking for.
Yes, public comment, back to the council. Counselor Jelinas.
I had a chance to review the list. It looks good, and I'm really excited for this event, so thanks for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
I found the word I was looking for, our very loyal audience at home. Yes, I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be amazing. Yes, Christmas 3 times bigger this year. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel for Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Yes. Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Director Morris. I appreciate you planning this event. And I'm looking forward to reindeer. Well, yes. Reports and updates from the council. Counselor Scott?
We have not had a school committee meeting since our last meeting. We've had, well, I should take that back. We've had some meetings, but they were disciplinary hearings, not regular school committee agenda meetings. We have one next Monday, and we have a meeting tomorrow also for, again, disciplinary hearings. And that's all I have.
Seeing no other reports and updates, we will move to new business. Agenda item number 16. And seeing none. Councilor LaChapelle?
Would it be possible for us to have another joint meeting with the planning board? I had spoken to the planning board, the chairman of the planning board and a couple of planning board members, and it's going smoothly so far, but they'd like to, I think it's just important for us to stay involved. At the first of the year, nothing, January, February, or something like that, just so we can continue that track. Director Hediger mentioned that we should be able to have this all wrapped up, all of Sabata Street, by the end of February, 1st of March, something to that effect. So just to see how it went and continued discussion with the planning department.
We'll get it scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
Yes.
A roll call for motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor from Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5? Yes. Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Good night, Lewiston.
Leaving life after death.
Normally we